Okay, folks. Woo, we got a good one today. Oh man, look at this. Do you see this? I'm I'm looking over here and I see a brand new curb drop. Oh my goodness. Couldn't believe my eyes. Uh we have a brand new curb fire. Yeehaw! Oh man, saddle up. This is gonna be a doozy. Okay, I've been waiting for a doozy. Okay, this one's gonna be a doozy, folks. Okay, now look at all this. Just 2 hours ago, old Lemon Bar Radio. Thank you very much, Lemon Bar Radio. Uh, we are uh, in the helm and uh, with bated breath, uh, we watch for a little bit of Ben Avery content. They're doing an amazing job over there, and it looks like he just might be doing a stream with old Kurt Metzger right on this show, folks. Now, how's about that? I mean, that's some amazing content. Can you believe that the people that we've been covering have now merged? They've merged the things that we speak and discuss are merging. I love it. Oh man, that little network, the web. Uh, no, mine's more like air. It's but wow, don't you just love those synchronistic? Watch out, Kurt. I said an all esoteric word. Uh, Kurt Metzger, not a fan of the resonators. Okay, he's not a fan of the resonators, and yeah, you best uh, you kind of understand one, because Kurt Metzger's right. You gotta kind of be present of one. If one's not aware that they're in the presence of a resonator, you just might be caught up in a whole different world. Okay, they can really get you caught up in a narrative. So, watch out. Watch out for the resonators. Okay, we want to be very flat, non, uh, we want to be weighed down, not uplifted and harmonized. Okay, that's a little sarcasm. I don't do too much sarcasm. Okay, but no, we love to resonate, and it invokes the soul. So, I suppose you do have to mind your P's and Q's, though. Okay, so the odds. No, as much as I would like to think that some of this might have to do with just being kind of part of the scene, okay, and not really setting things in motion, okay, but just being an observer and just like, oh my god, it's kind of like seeing a collab of whatever your favorite thing is. Okay, you just whatever it is, the two people that you think are kind of popping right now, all of a sudden, boom, there they are, and it's not by coincidence. Okay, these people are quite entertaining. One of which was taken down. That's about all I can do on that one. But apparently his channel was taken down. Yeah. He was just barely in the game. Okay. And it was popping. Okay. And ooh, now if you take a good old gander on that report button on that list, please do not report. There's a nice long list on there, and they'll just let you know. Well, hey, if you can't even think of something, we'll find it. So, ooh, man, I'm all your friends, folks. I am every single person's friend because that's too much power. Okay, too much power on your end. So let me know if I start irritating you. No, it is quite an amazing experience to be able to just kind of take witness of all this. It's great. And then you look at this, and then we got redacted. Now, I just took a quick look in there, and it looks like there's another co-host. Okay. Now, the other day was just the first time that I looked at. Redacted. And you know my thoughts about it. Okay. You know my thoughts about it. But it looks like there's another host, but then they featured on this one quite a bit of what people would call the very fringe. I think it's this one where so no wonder she is not seeming like she's enjoying herself, because she just had to go through an onslaught with Britt Metzger, and with that one little question at the very beginning, is it okay if I swear? And she's like, yeah. And then he just goes, just, she wasn't expecting that kind of swearing. Yeah. He's a biology guy. He knows the anatomy very well. I don't. I barely even open my eyes. Okay. I'm just an infant. And, but this could be, now again, I'm not looking to find another show right now, but there's always military, okay. But look it's The Stand, okay. So this was the one that Shane Gillis was in, and got him like 17,000. And it seems that this is a stand-up club that then they do a podcast after. So it's like you have to do a stand-up and a sit-down. Oh man, you're gonna get these stand-ups to work? No. No, they gotta stay loose, okay? Don't get them thinking that they can be productive, okay? They gotta always think that they're on the outside. But so there's a but I'm not, that's, I don't know if we're even going to get to redacted. You know what I mean? And then we finished up Andy Dick the other day. Was that yesterday? Yeah, I believe so. And he went into this thing where he shared that people were, uh, uh, well, who was it? Lovett was accusing him of being responsible for Bill Hartman's murder or death, murder, I guess. And then he also mentioned that there's a little bit of a little bit of a association with Chris Farley. A little bit, a few months before his death. So he shared that people think this of him, which I didn't realize that that was a thing. I mean, I might have heard someone say that maybe, but that was never something that I had like was Andy Dick was known for me. I mean, it was all the other stuff, and so that's pretty intense. Yeah, he shared that it's very difficult, and if that's the case, that could lead to probably some of his behaviors, not like having that kind of hate and all that. I don't know. So now I don't know anything about it. So uh, you got to take a look at that, and he kind of just kind of lays it all out. Um, but it's good stuff. Good stuff. Uh, but if I start recapping, ooh, it'll be a hour and a half intro. Okay, I gotta get this popping for you guys. I started watching other people's shows, and I'm like, oh, good God, they're fast. They're all talking all up a storm. Okay, I thought this was the lazy river, and it is. So we're just gonna take it easy. Take it easy, and dip into some dirt. Oh man. Uh, Now so much has happened since his previous derps that I'm so glad that he's putting something out like this. Now, I have already had my full with all the files and riots and wars, and it is right at the old steam point. Okay, I'm about to uh, tip over and pour this thing out. Uh, and but I'm okay with Kurt Metzger kind of laying some of it out, and but man, it does get to be a bit too much, and uh, and I was gonna allow for maybe a couple of days with this, and maybe and do something else. But then when I saw that Ben Avery might be on the show, I'm like, what? And as you can see, this just happened 2 hours ago. So I changed up the whole format today, and I'm like, well, again, usually we allow for a couple of days for these videos to bring the traffic to the main source, as we are just bottom feeders. Okay, we are just watching this stuff and reacting, and this is some great stuff, and we appreciate what Kurt Metzger has been doing. He's been putting out a lot of great stuff, and it's making people talk. Okay, they're all thinking that, wait, Was I a Jehovah's Witness at some point too? I can't remember. I might have been in the gate program. I might have wiped that memory. Have we all been part of a Mormon mob? You know, you're just like, what? And I gotta dip in every time he drops, okay? That's like cosmic drop. And if he's got to go with this, and then all right, fine, okay. But I'll tell you, one of my favorites is that Paranoid American one. That was a good one. That was a good. And the New Year's Eve one wasn't bad at all either. Now what there was, yeah, because that was with Jason Burmis too, and Tripoli. So that was a good one too, because you got all Mark in there too. You gotta get rid of that trilateral agreement and quad up and full. And here we are with what looks like an opportunity to see the worlds collide. Woo, man, that means we're right on the mainstream of the underground. You know, I'm surfing the waves of the scene. Never knew. But oh man, I'm so glad. If this is the case, I'm so glad the word's going to get out. Okay. But from what I understand, there's still no telling what happened. Now, I briefly looked at what he, like a response from him. Oh, Nelly, hold on. Oh, see, oh, it's so great. Oh man, that's so great. It is getting so good, folks. It is getting so good. Thank you for all the effort that you put into those videos, Lemon Bar Radio. I very much appreciate that, and it's inspiring. You know, I gotta get my game up. I gotta think outside this box. Ah! I just got out of the OBS syndrome, so I'm a little bit more mobile now. Watch out, and no longer locked in to switching my my camera angle everywhere. I realized that was completely unnecessary. All that time spent on those hotkeys. Oh man. I'll get that time back somehow. Ooh, it looks like I didn't sign in. But here we are. Ooh. Crippinator. The Derpstien files. Derpstien files. Watch out. And oh, we got a is it? And he might be cringe on this one too, because he can get real cringy, and he does repeat himself. We got to hear about, you know, the list of things, you know, the gate program, the Jehovah's Witness, and because he went through that, then he doesn't have to be in the military because he's not brainwashed, and you know, and then there's literally a list of things that he says every time, and I allow it because it gets him warmed up, because that will percolate the brain a bit, or simmer down the brain a bit and percolate the mind, and you'll be able to pluck out some good ones. But it does get yeah. And some of his I like it when he's not screaming. No, I like this. I'm I'm for the screamers. Okay, I need a screamer. And Derp is definitely the kind of yang to my resonating yang. But I'm excited. Okay, so here we are. We got some Derp, and it looks like, and I'm just going to play it through. But this was just to kind of let you know that our worlds are colliding. Okay, the content that we're watching are merging, and it's great to see that there's and if this is the case, that the word's going to get out that he might have been wrongfully, his channels might have been wrongfully taken down. So that'd be great to get the word out. So I'm excited to see that. Was it a bit of a spoiler? Yes, it was a bit of a spoiler, but and it's what's kind of guiding me to do this now, because usually I wait a few days to allow for all the traffic to go to the source. But once I saw this, I'm like, oh well, then I gotta watch it. So here we are, the old Krupmitska. Whatcha? I might need to rewind it. Yeah. Oh, here we are. Oh.
Well, my name is Kerp.
Oop.
And I dare petite derp. Oh, won't you come and with me?
Thank you for joining.
Oh, hello, it's me, Quirp. What a great
We're just gonna hang out and
we have today.
Watch some
Because
Krupmitska.
I'm going to talk a lot of shit about the Derpstien files. By the way,
Oh man.
I am in the Epstein files, not to brag, okay? But I just travel in important circles with important people. So, all right, let's bring in Ben Avery.
Oh, he's right
Ben,
in
thank
it.
you for being on the Derp.
Oh, he's from the beginning. Yeah, I thought we were gonna have to get into this quick. No way. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let me get out of the screen here a little bit, if you mind me doing a little bit of tech to. I'm still not versatile to do it while it's going. I'm one of those people that need to turn the radio down just to know when to turn on the street while driving. But here we are. We got okay. So let me adjust this to get a little bit of. Well, no, they gotta be bigger. All right, there we go. All right, here we are, right from the beginning. Man, do I dare be this big in this? I need to. You guys need more room, okay? Oh, come on, butter me up. Ooh. Man, a comment goes a long. A compliment goes a long way. Ooh, much appreciated. Well, and you know, well, okay, yeah. Let me get that back. Bring that back up. All right, yeah. I appreciate it. Again, I don't want to take away views from these people. I don't want to take away, their show. But I'm gonna get in there. Watch out. And we're gonna see what we find, okay? Because we're gonna watch it from the other side. And now we are so excited to see this happening, because that means that the word is getting out. So here, let me get the wow, I have no idea why this defaults to ooh, man. Why is that? Let me adjust the quality here. For whatever reason it is not showing a high quality. Let me check my internet. Well, let's play this and let me check the signal here.
Being on the derp with this emergency derp with Quirp.
Thank you, Quirp. Happy to be here,
I
Quirp.
want to talk to you about crypto after this too, by the way, for a long
Okay.
time. And I want to
Okay.
keep pushing it even after you tell me you don't want it. I'm going to keep
Okay.
telling you, no, just hear me out. I'm going to keep saying that over and over.
Okay.
Okay. And every time you go, hey, I know about, no, I know you call them degens. I know. Just hear me out. And I'm going to tell you, don't worry. I don't even get the money. It goes to the kids. And then when you say, wait, what? I thought this is crypto. Shouldn't the money go to me? That's why I would bother with crypto. You just keep pushing until, and then when you walk away, I'll go, I'm not mad. It's fine. That's my encounter with the QAnon shaman.
With Jake and Jelly, the rapper. Well, at least you didn't talk about.
He's a rapper
beats.
too?
Yeah, he's a big SoundCloud guy. So he has he makes all sorts of beats and stuff in GarageBand about God knows what.
Why did he call himself the Q shaman?
I don't know if that was his like artist name. I don't know.
Malice
That was
had
like
a
his
name.
Ziggy Stardust, I think.
Okay, so Michael Malice let him. I went to Malice's birthday. That's when I met him. I'm sitting here trying to talk to Lex Friedman about his dad being a plasma physicist. This is what I care about. I don't care about none of the other shit. I want to know about his dad's work on plasma.
Yeah, but now the plasma stuff. Okay, come on. Okay, so that's why you got to watch that that old Paranoid America one. Okay, woo, man, right at the 2/3 mark in that one, they start talking plasma. Okay, that is that human technology that will get you going. Okay, this is better than adrenochrome. This is the stuff that will allow you to grow wings. Okay, and yeah, they're going to do all sorts of things. Okay, just imagine the temples that were built. Okay, through resonancy and harmonic pitches. What do you think the material was that they used? Okay, that had to be part human, don't you think? You know that. So I think those temples were resurrected through sound and an event, and they rose from the ground. So they. What am I talking about? Let's watch it. What was I going with that? Holy smoke. Sorry, guys. Here we are. Wow.
And he was very pleasant to talk to, Lex Friedman. I'm sure he's a spy of some kind. I don't know for who. God knows. There's a million cutouts down here. Oh, the Epstein files, which I'm in, I want to just. Did I tell you that?
Wait, is he really?
Files?
Yeah, I saw the flyer.
Okay. I got to tweet it because I feel like I'm not getting the credit I should get. Again, not doing any crimes, Ben. I happened to be recording a program for Comedy Central at the time that Epstein was invited to for his birthday. And I never got to meet him.
Do you know if he came to the show?
No, like 2 ships passing in the night. I never.
Oh, wait. Okay. We got a Epstein account? Like, okay. So let's take that back. And let's see what he said there. Yeah, and so Metzger's leaning in a bit. 13 Wizard there. And that's when you gotta, kind of rein it in because you get excited about this thing that worked. You're like, oh my God, that was fun. What if I did that every time? And you realize you can't. To replicate something over and over, especially when it was just this spontaneous moment in life. Okay, we are about the moments. Okay, and all this. That's why we do a few pauses and a few zoom ins. But as you try to replicate, the authenticity starts to thin, and it becomes very thin, layer. So when you start repeating it a bit, then it gets, you got to find different ways to do it. But old Max, that Rogan episode though, I think he was looking good. He got the old Carhartt. Ooh, Rogan hated that he was wearing Carhartt, and I was about to too. But when Rogan started hating that he was wearing Carhartt, and I'm like, I'm liking the Carhartt curve. What you talking about? That's the cleanest I've ever seen him. He's dresses and sloppy t-shirts and saggy mashed denim. Okay, but he's cleaning up his act. Okay, because that girlfriend of his works at the museum. I think she's cleaning up her like the kind of doing a little project. Okay, so looks like Kurt Metzger is getting cleaned up a bit, and so he's wearing the Carhartt. Come on, but here we are.
I happened to be recording a program for Comedy Central at the time that Epstein was invited to for his birthday.
Oh, okay. Wait,
And I never got to meet him.
Do you know if he came to the show?
No, like 2 ships passing in the night. I never.
Yep.
Okay, so here's what's happening. Okay, we're watching. We just turned this on, and now Ben Avery has his live show that he does on his website. I'm not sure how many times he does it. He probably figured out long ago not to do them every night. Yikes. No, I'm just marathoning, folks. I got this plan, okay? And but his YouTube channels were taken down. So it seems that now when I saw this, I didn't think that. I guess I thought the only way that Ben Avery could broadcast was, I guess, then with someone else like this. But maybe he's still able to do a live show, and then it's just through his website. So this is great because I've been trying to hear it from Ben Avery, like what's happening, and I've only gotten kind of like bits and pieces. So I'm hoping that that's going to be kind of a topic. But here we go. But maybe it's old news now.
I made me laugh. Fucking Sean Patrick Hazlitt from Through a Glass Darkly. So I text that guy like nonstop crazy shit all the time. I really
that was a good one.
Him. And anyway, he goes, you're in the
screen too bright though. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, so he was in it. Okay, all right, interesting. So this is his first appearance since someone noticed that he was in the Epstein files. And he is letting us know. Interesting. Ooh, man, all sorts of things are I thought he was just going to talk about it. I didn't know he was going to be in it. This went meta fast. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I had to rewind it I'm like, wait, did he just say that he was going to go to a birthday party? So, can we back this up a little bit? Because he said that it was at a party.
Treatment about his dad being a plasma physicist.
Okay. Oh boy. I might have lost that
This
one.
emergency derp with Corp.
Thank you, Corp.
Keep pushing it, even after you tell me you don't want it. I'm going to keep telling you. No, just hear me out. I'm going to keep saying that over and over.
Okay.
Okay. And every time you go, hey, I know about, no, I know you call them degens. I know. Just hear me out. And I'm going to tell you, don't worry. I don't even get the money.
Like, what
it
is
goes to
this?
the kids. And
What's
then
the
you say,
subtext that he's
wait,
talking
what?
about
I
right
thought
now?
this is crypto. Should the money go to me? That's why I would bother with crypto.
Like he's because just before this, he said that someone else is going to come on the show, and so he's going to kind of give him a little bit of a signal of what to say, and yeah, it's just him. Okay, yeah. What am I doing trying to understand Metzger? Oh, I just got in a big old Metzger mess. Okay, thank you. But here, let's see, because he just kind of sprung this on us. Okay, I didn't think the Derp Files was because he was in it. Oh man, I thought the Ben Avery thing was great. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is why people aren't going to movies, folks. Okay, this is better than. No, imagine this. You got these people. I can't even get it. Okay, like this is far more interesting, and it's real, but it kind of looks fake because it looks like this. But films are fake, and they try to make it look real. Come on. So that era's over. Okay, this is. That's why Netflix is, trying to get with Warner Bros. They're all merging because it's not keeping up. Okay. But yeah, and exactly, and a lot, like, usually it's just the content that gets heavy with some of Kerp. Like when he gets into some heavy stuff, I'm like, ooh, this is. But I didn't realize he was like in it. All right, so here we are.
You just keep pushing until and then
I mean, I do, because I don't even know what this is about. I missed this whole thing, because this kind of seems like it's a joke, but a little bit of a cope, and that's why I'm like, what was he talking about? And then all of a sudden he said, all that. But here we are.
when you walk away, I'll go, I'm not mad. It's fine. That's my encounter with the QAnon shaman.
With Jake and Jelly,
gotcha, yeah.
the rapper. Well, at least you didn't talk about.
He's a rapper too.
Yeah, he's a big SoundCloud guy, so he has he makes all sorts of beats and stuff in GarageBand about God knows what.
Why did he call himself the Q Shaman?
I don't know if that was his like artist name. I don't know.
Malice
That was like
had
his
him.
Ziggy Stardust, I think.
Okay, so Michael Malice let him. I went to Malice's birthday. That's when I met him. I'm sitting here trying to talk to Lex Friedman about his dad being a plasma physicist. This is what I care about. I don't care about none of the other shit. I want to know about his dad's work on plasma. And he was very pleasant to talk to, Lex Friedman. I'm sure he's a spy of some kind. I don't know for who. God knows. There's a million cutouts down here. Oh, the Epstein files, which I'm in, I want to just.
Okay. Okay. So from what I understand, this is the first time he's ever uttered those words. And he says a lot of words. Okay?
Cutouts down here. Oh, the Epstein files, which I'm in, I want to just. Did I tell you that I'm in the Epstein files?
Yeah, I saw the flyer.
Okay. I got to tweet it because I feel like I'm not getting the credit I should get. Again, not doing any crimes, Ben. I happened to be recording a program for Comedy Central at the time that Epstein was invited to for his birthday. And I never got to meet him.
Do you know if he came to the show?
No, like 2 ships passing in the night. I never.
Yep.
I made me laugh. Fucking Sean Patrick Hazlitt from Through a Glass Darkly. So I text that guy like nonstop crazy shit all the time. I really hit it off with him. And Anyway, he goes, you know, you're in the Epstein files. Wait here. Well, maybe I should post it on Skanks. I texted this to Big J too, and on Skanks they didn't mention They just talked about how they're in it. It didn't give me my credit for being in both the Rogan sphere and the Epstein file sphere.
Yeah.
I'm in the file sphere. Do you understand?
Oh yeah, we're hearing you. Interesting.
It's called showbiz. I know, because when I think of like, you know how fucking what's his name, Catboy, fucking Führer's little fucking, I don't know if they're pedos or bots, but they'll like they'll keep telling me I'm a Jew as an insult. And then,
Well, now Goyim is their insult. They've switched.
no, because he's selling gold now. So
Yeah.
but somebody goes, you're washed up. Like somebody goes, you're washed up, which is hilarious because no, actually, asshole, I'm in the fucking Epstein files. So jealous. Oh, look at these two heroes. I like how my horns are pointing at both their faces. This is when I did legs. Now, I don't know if any I know some fans because people were commenting, but I think they had comments turned off. But so Lev was like, hey, I want you to do this show and talk about the Epstein files.
Okay. All right. So here's this Lev thing. Now I only heard this secondhand. I didn't see this go down or anything, but someone in the comments wrote something about oh man. You know, I agree with you. I agree with 13 Wizard, okay? I agree. And a lot of the stuff that he says, I don't agree with. But it there was this or there is this kind of a bit of a, he kind of pushes against certain things, but this is saying he's in the Epstein files. Okay,
You know Lev.
but that
I've known-
okay. Oh, so then that's what. So Lev, apparently one of his shows got taken down, and maybe it had something to do with this. But someone let me know that in the comments. I don't know if you guys know anything about that, but let me know, man. Oh man, we got a hot one, folks. Woo! Now, yeah, and this is what happens. Okay, so usually with this kind of content, I'm not like pausing and analyzing everything. I'm kind of letting them kind of give some context. But yeah, I'll get going. I'll get going, and we'll I mean, wasn't expecting the files. Good Lord, we got a
Lev for a long time. Sweet
Yeah.
guy, very smart guy. I
Comic
love Lev.
fans. Okay. And I got Jason Giorgiani on through Lev. He hooked that up. Which is a good episode. I gotta get Jason back on. So I'm like, yeah, all right. He goes, yeah, you can he's like, I can black pill his friend. Which, by the way, everybody out there who uses the term pill for anything, I want you to shut the fuck up and never do that again, please. For the love of God, stop calling everything a pill. Stop being just a retard all day and using the new words they get. What are you what is wrong with everyone?
That's from the
I don't know what the
Matrix.
fuck that means.
I want to use that every time. What are you talking about? I love Matrix references. Quit taking that away from us, Metzger. Good God. Why don't you just keep talking about Jehovah's Witness? Your Gyra, okay? Leave that Gyra to come on. So no, we want the Matrix references, man. We want we want another really good Matrix before we ever want another Kill Bill. Come on. And what, you're gonna take that away from us too? Because I've got the suit. I got that yellow suit, and I'm ready to do some speeding down the streets with the street bike. But Kurt Metzger, man, come on, we can't say pills. I just got used to that black one. Redacted, Redacted throwing those ninja stars at you, trying to bust up the stars and stripes. They look straight up China. That's some China act. They're trying to sprinkle a little dissent in the right wing party, because she wishes that she was back to the left. That is the host for Redacted, something I only watched just yesterday. And whoa, we got some good stuff on that one. So if you got some time, you gotta go through that was just maybe yesterday, the day before, but Kurt Metzger, what you talking about? Now, he does like to find the things that people are doing all the time and just tweeze it apart, and because he's not a resonator. But we'll see. We'll see what happens here, because man, he's in the files.
So I thought they wanted to talk about real shit, because Giorgiani was a great conversation. Anyway, no, this dude, he said he's from the Atlanticist, and he's from the Atlantic Council. You know what the Atlantic Council is?
No.
Ooh.
Mark, you put up just what the Atlantic Council is. It's a
Was it that flag he waved?
No, it's got to be something about
the flag,
Nordics, or the the Kabbalah. Come on. Here we go.
Oh shit! And I didn't give you a picture of the flag too.
Oh.
So the Atlantic Council is like some weird Dr. Strangelove shit from post World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Where like your Kissingers and your fucking Nazis running away from their crimes all made a deal to be cool with each other, and that's why you would have
South America.
Yeah, make it a little bigger. Yeah, okay. Let's see. It's
All right.
Yeah, so this is a globalist WEF shit, is what this is at the end of the day. So this is where here. Let me summarize it for you. It's where they take all your fucking money and they send it to another fucking country you don't give a fucking fuck about.
Okay, so when he's doing that, that he's still kind of trying to figure out where he stands in it, I guess. That's the first time I've ever heard him say something like that. Now, it could be because he is now trying to use this as an opportunity to vent, and so he's going to actually be much like Shannon Sharp interviewing Bert Kreischer and asking him the most awkward question that threw everyone off, and you could see that it was actually about Shannon Sharp, that he wanted to know these. It was, oh man, that brother's mind is split like the old bicameral mind. Watch out, James. That is the origin of consciousness that he'll never find if he continues to wear clothes like he was. He's split down the middle, like Jordan Peterson. Okay, that's what Kurt Metzger says is the old cognitive dissonant bell ringing. But here he is, kind of trying a little too hard, just like what old wizard here said. Okay, he said it from the beginning. He's like, he's trying too hard, or what was it?
That's what this is. So all these fucking motherfuckers with Eastern Bloc accents. I couldn't believe the balls on this Vlad dude trying to tell me what's what. Like he must have not known who I am, a respected crypto shaman in this space. Let's see. I mean, it's all boring shit. Look, the bottom line is, this is where.
Wait, yeah, where are we even going with this? What is this? This is a deflection. He's trying to deflect from the news. What? He's in the files.
Rothschild level Talmudic Kabbalists meet up with Nazis,
There it is.
and they're all friends. This is where.
Oh, I say Kabbalah and Nordics. Okay, not is close enough.
This is
Why
where the
does it-
Nazis
Same diff.
and the Zionists can be friends again.
Why does nobody in the like when you hear about think tank, like nobody's thinking about how to make the world a better place?
Yo, I told him he should be working a fart tank and not a think tank. And I told him, dude, that's my favorite. I go, well, put a kip on when you talk to me like that. That's my favorite thing I said to that piece of shit. Fucking this motherfucker had the balls.
He might be in the.
So I just looked at.
he might be in
he
the
held
tribe,
up a
huh?
flag that was red and
Mhm.
black. Will you put up that right here? Or I'll send it to you, Mark. I'm sorry, I did no preparation before this. It was emergency. I had to
All
get
right.
my Q crypto outfit together. But
Tell me what it's called. I'll search.
Oh, okay, so yeah, the outfit is because he said he had a meeting he did a quick interview with the guy who was called the shaman Amen, the QAnon shaman. Yeah, yeah, and he's sharing how much he is against ICE. He's against ICE. And old Ben Avery. All right. Well, interesting.
right sector, which is another is a Bandera group. You know, in Ukraine, the Antonio Banderites that it's Stepan. His name is Stepan Bandera. He's a Nazi. In fact, his claim to fame, the defense of Stepan Bandera. Are you familiar with it, Ben Avery?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, no, they worked with the Nazis because they just hated Russia, and but then they double crossed the Nazis, and the Nazis didn't work with them anymore. So you're telling me that the thing you think is mitigating for this sack of shit is that he was so disloyal, not even a scumbag Nazi could trust him, and that's your George Washington of you. Wow, take more of my money to lose a war forever. Okay, but I want to see their but I need images of the flag, right sector flag.
Okay, so that's what he's trying to get to. He was trying to get to the flag. I'm like, what? Where were you going with this? Come on, I'm trying to follow a schizo. And he always loves saying that he's not. No, we do not diagnose people, but he's crazy. But there's the old flag that he's talking about, huh? It looks like redacted. Oh, wait. Maybe redacted's Russian. Because she said that she has she's got the, what did she say? Like, she's got the world, like the everyday world look or something. Or like, where she basically said that she looks like she's not really from anywhere. But yet she looks Chinese. But maybe they're funded by the Russians because They got the same setup right there. All redacted. And Natalia wanting to be a Minnie Mouse, trying to have the chair that was in the background the chair made it look like she was wearing Minnie Mouse ears, but then at the right angle it looked like horns. She's the devil incarnated. And it was like they did it on purpose. So they're trying to destroy the party from within, folks. But I had only just watched it. I just saw one episode. I only saw the one that Metzger was on.
Jewish division. And so Lev told me, no,
allegedly.
a Ukrainian
I don't-
rabbi said right sector's okay now. And I go, Lev, do you think that makes it? You see
Ooh.
that flag?
Dude,
So
like,
here's the one that's got a
did they
Nazi
switch?
emblem.
They switch?
Oh,
What do you mean they switched?
Like, what do you mean they're okay now? Is it something?
oh,
Here,
two
I'll
people
show you
can't
the
have the
flag.
screen. Jeez,
So
come on.
right in the beginning, here, put it on the original, dude, while I grab the other flag. Okay.
Sorry, let me get the
The
quality.
original, some Nazi
Oh.
shit. And red and black is, if that's your flag colors, I gotta tell you, it's not. I assume you're not.
I'm
up
only
to
getting
anything
720
that's safe to
quality.
say. Okay, so here's the one that I'm sending to you, Mark. This is not a picture of dude. God
I don't
damn
think
it.
that's because of my
Hold
internet.
on, let me send this. Oh, here we go. Here, wait. I'm sending it to Mark right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so this yellow flag.
Okay. That right there. Now look at this. Let me pull up redacted here. And while I do, if you all could just hit that like button. If you could hit that like button and give me all subscribe. You sub to this. I try to do these most nights. Have a little fun, watch some stuff. Keep it comedy, keep it funny. Stay away from too much politics stuff. But I like the conspiracies. But when politics bleed into comedy, then we discuss it a little bit. But other people do the politics and all that really well, and I'm not one of them. I'll veer off in all sorts of directions, because for all reasons. But all right, now here's redacted. I guess that was redacted up there too. But now let's take a look. Oh, I do this every time. Well, maybe that's okay. I always click on the name instead of the thing. Okay. So there it is. All right. So there's that red. Oh wait, let me adjust the screen here real quick. Now usually I just why does it do that? There we go. Okay, we are doing it on the fly here real quick. Okay. Should probably just stay with that. So let's do the last video. There it is.
Kurt Metzger is an
Watch
acclaimed
out.
comedian and writer.
Okay. And now this is when she's kind of in her princess mode, but it's really like dark arts. Okay. And this will start to evolve into what will look like as mini mouse ears, where it looks like she's trying to revert back to the Disney adults, or something. Welcome to the chat, JB. And then there'll be another point where it will turn into horns, and she'll look like the devil incarnated right there. And I'm wondering why. Well, you start to take a listen to what she says, the words that she says, the programming and these priming words that she uses are, they are, they sound like they want to destroy the family, that they want you to think that, a wife, or like a wife having a baby in a family is not good, like, because she's doing this whole, like, and yes, it's, or what did she say? She's like, and at times it could, I don't know. She basically it sounded like she was saying that it's not good enough that people just have a family, that they have to do other things. But she was saying it in a different way. Okay, so it was just the first time I saw her. Okay, but there it is. That's the ears. But let me show you the banner. Whoa, watch out! Okay, watch out! Now we're just taking a little sidetrack here, folks. We're watching Kurt Metzger, and I just wanted to take a little peek at Old Redacted, and this happens every time during this episode. Okay, this interview that she does, and you have to go back on a couple episodes ago, a couple streams of mine, and I go through a full analysis of what is in fact actually happening with this individual. I can't, and I don't usually zoom in on the women. Okay, you gotta kind of take it easy on their image. Okay, it'll get them all crazy. So I'm not trying to do these big zoom ins on this. The guys, I'll do it all day. Okay, they can handle it. But this happens all throughout. Okay, but I'm getting a little sidetracked here. I just want to show you the bands, and there they are. Okay, so this, I saw this, and immediately I'm like, oh, this is some kind of, I was thinking communism, the Red Scare, and she's putting the because this is an overlay of a flag. It seems like let's say that the stars are back there, or the stripes are back there, and the stars are here. It actually might not be that, but I thought that she was trying to take apart the flag by shattering the stars, throwing them at. But here we are. Oh man. Yes, yeah. He does have that face that will make you wince. And that's what she does all throughout this interview. She's just like, oh, okay. And he's so close up to the screen. And, like the lower quality production you have, the closer you are to the thing that's filming you. And when you have a bit more, when you're being financed a bit, it starts to get a little further away. That's why Tim Dillon is like way the hell back. You can barely, even see Tim Dillon, but that's for other reasons. But the better the camera, the deeper the depth of field. But Kurt Metzger is all up in the grill. But so the whole time she is like trying to oh God, and it's hilarious. But there it is. That's what I was trying to say with this Redacted. They kind of have the same kind of thing. Maybe, okay. So maybe it's not Chinese propaganda. Maybe it's actually Russian propaganda or whatever this is. Ukrainian. All right, here we are.
Like this with a star of Jeffrey on it, the star of Jeffrey Epstein on it. The Magid Jeffrey, if you're familiar. Have you
Jeffrey
studied-
Star.
Do you study Torah or Talmud?
Jeffrey Star. Yeah.
No, not Jeffrey Star. That's a different Jeffrey. The star
Oh,
of Epstein.
I'm confused. Sorry.
Yo, I try to make fun of Rich Voss with that because he's got that big star of David.
Yeah.
Okay. And he was like, he's funny as shit, Rich. He does that, and I go, oh, what is that? The star of Jeffrey? And he goes, Gurion? Yeah, look up Jeff Gurion if you don't know out there. I'm not gonna do it, but holy shit, he got me good. All right, wait. So, you see that flag, right, Mark? So right in the beginning, Vlad Davidson with a Z instead of an S, which is a Z for suspicious in fucking cabbage talk. He shows me a picture of him and Zelensky together hanging out in New York. Okay. It's all friendly at this point. I wish that you could see the podcast, but Lev took it down because I broke the rules of the Breaking the Rules podcast.
Oh, here we go. So here now, yeah, and Wizard, I agree with you. Okay, that's why I like to watch this, because I'm not really, even though he's probably doing his stand up within this, or being a comedian, he can talk about other things than comedy. And if you see any of those mainstream comedians, all they do is talk about comedy, and it just gets, it's a bit hack. So but yeah, but he is,
I broke all the rules.
he's about to talk about how the Lev thing went down. Now, did it go down like this? We'll see. But I'm going to try to get this screen adjusted a little bit here. Oop. Okay, and here we are.
They had one rule, and I must have broke it. But luckily, my intrepid Nephilim engineer, Mark, do you know Mark's like 8 feet tall? Are you aware of that, Ben?
Really?
Yes, because you say it every time. Okay? You say he's 6'8" and 8 feet and he's a Nephilim. I want to see proof. Just like we want to see proof that you were actually in the GATE program, because don't believe in you. I'm not believing you anymore. Okay? You never had that pink drink. It's all mine. Drink it all. And you don't have the cognitions, okay? You're flat. You're not a resonator. And I like to see why.
You're a giant. 300 L's tall.
Oh, the old Mark. Oh, Mark. No, we love Mark. We love Mark. You can't, don't cross Mark. He'll knit you a sweater and make it think that you're his friend, and really there's something poisonous in there. And he's a SOA. Watch out. It's all sorts of uncomfortable. It's a journey, okay? No destination. We are just floating down that river. But watch out. They'll get you. But please don't get me, okay? I'm just a new channel, just having a little fun. And thank you for joining and watching. And we will we'll watch, we'll poke fun a little bit, have a joke around. But you ain't never gonna get me. No, please don't strike me down. Ben Avery got stricken. You got his channels taken down right when he got 2,000. Okay, he was ready to monetize, and they took him down. Now there's speculation that it might have been Jeff Dye. Okay, and I'm waiting for them to start talking about this, but old Kurt Metzger is telling us that he was in the Epstein files, and the video that he talked about it got taken down. Taken down. Yeah, right. Kurt Metzger, which is another one of his phrases. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. But no, we also like Metzger doing his thing though. So, but you ain't never gonna get me. But please don't strike me because Ben Avery got his channels taken down. So that's crazy. But here we are. Let's see what he says here.
Oh, his mark.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
he measures himself in like cubits or some biblical shit.
Yep.
He don't even use
This is
the
the
right kind of measurement.
Metzger list.
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
He at least recorded me telling Lev why it was good. I yelled at that guy till he left.
Who's the
Lev said he knew he should record some of this Mark said he should record some of this because he could tell it was going to be taken down.
Yeah, I got the last 20 minutes. I had no idea what happened, but I couldn't look
Well,
away.
Zombie, you should at least film it like Andy Dick. Okay, at least film it. Andy Dick's got a camera crew following him for 6 years, waiting for that moment, and they almost got him. And but he woke up. He came back from the dead. But they filmed it. Okay, do you understand that? They filmed Andy Dick dying. So that's how method people are needing to go in order to be on film. And you can't really go much further than that. And apparently Pauly Shore was trying to do that. Pauly Shore was trying to film his suicide. I can't believe it. Did I just say that? Don't take me down. I don't know what I can even say. So people are getting creative. Please do not have a documentary series about your life. But Andy Dick did the whole what's that movie with well, anyway, he was like, yeah, I have a film crew around here, or he's like, yeah, usually I got people filming me, and they're doing a documentary. I got a documentary about me coming out, and but that's usually what out of work actors say to make people think that they're working or whatever. Like that's kind of a cliche thing to do, and he did it. Okay. And these little kind of cliche things are popping out, and that host from Redacted did the same thing. Kurt Metzger was like, sit in faith? What? What do you mean sit in faith? And she's like, because she goes, when there's turbulent time or, troubled times out there, because it's all doom and gloom over there. It's all doom and gloom. So if they're gonna stay in the right lane, they're gonna make it miserable for everyone. And so she's like, well, when the world is dark, and I just need to find that moment where I can just sit in faith. And Metzger's like, what? Sit in faith? What? And she's like, what? Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. I mean, I really don't even know where I stand on any of this. I mean, I don't know. I just I just read books and she did the whole cliche, like, ooh, it's getting hot in here. I couldn't believe it. So why is this happening?
Because I couldn't believe it. He goes,
What?
he shows me Zelensky and him,
That's what I just said.
Vlad Davidson from the Atlantic
That's what I
Council.
just
His
said.
dad's from Uzbekistan.
That
He's
happens a
what's called
lot.
Kingmaker over there, which how I take that is
That
he's
happens a lot,
mafioso.
like more often
That's
than
how I
you
take
would
that.
think.
I don't know, but maybe there's kingmakers in Uzbekistan who are not some kind of mafia, but I find that very difficult to believe. But I've been wrong before, you know. Not about this argument with Vlad and Lev though. I'm right about this. Vlad goes, he shows me a picture. I go, oh man, you gotta, when I come to New York, I gotta do some of that good Zelensky coke with you. Okay. So that's not me, and I'm not saying it hostily at all. I'm fucking around.
Yeah.
Okay. And he goes, I wish he could, if he posts the video, it's on there. He goes, and it gets a little, we were joking around a lot, and right up top.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So here he is. Now, I guess I don't know anything about the guy who he's talking about, Lev. It doesn't ring a bell immediately.
He goes,
oh yeah. Well, yeah, and that's why Kurt Metzger. So adrenochrome, and that's why Kurt Metzger is talking about plasma, because that's going to be the next thing. It's this. They're going to make technology out of it. It's going to be the kind of the new silicone chip or something, or that kind of effective. But it also might be this kind of hyper drug to replace adrenochrome, like plasma. But his interview with Paranoid America, or America Paranoid, talks about a lot of that adrenochrome. If you're interested in that, that's where that is.
It gets a little, we were joking around a lot, and right up top. And he goes, he stopped doing that when he became an authority. I think he said became in authority, but I might be remembering it wrong. And he goes, yeah, okay. Now, I didn't even jump on him.
Okay, so we're gonna pause this real quick because he's trying to tell the story, but Mark finally put his sewing needle down. He finished the patch that he was doing, and then got to got to work on whatever Kurt Metzger had asked. Okay, so Kurt asked for this like 5 minutes ago, but when you're in the middle of a looping stitch, you got to finish it before you can pull up a thing. So that took a while, and so it kind of interrupted the flow of Metzger's story a bit. Now we give him a little bit of grace because he is a Nephilim. That brother, according to Metzger, is 6'8", but he keeps upping it. But look at that. See? Now, was it this one? I mean, maybe. Ukrainian nationalist paramilitary group, right sectors. Ooh, okay, well. We'll see. So that would mean that this would be Russian more like Russian nationalists than China. Okay, we'll see. But here
For that, but that's a lie to my fucking face. First of all,
oh, okay.
It's good that Lev.
I guess he didn't like it
because what Vlad did was basically admit that Zelensky does coke, and he's just claiming that Zelensky stopped doing coke. Like no one has ever claimed Zelensky.
Okay, yeah, let's take it back. So they had to take the. He's saying that he had to take that stream down because his guest admitted through omission that Zelensky is a cokehead.
I didn't even jump on him for that, but that's a lie to my fucking face. First of all, it's good that Lev took that down because what Vlad did was basically
Vlad.
admit that Zelensky does coke, and he's just claiming that Zelensky stopped doing coke. Like, no one has ever claimed Zelensky did coke and it was okay to say that, and they agreed. But that guy agreed with me on this recording. He said, yeah, he stopped doing that when he became in so you just admitted your boy does coke or did it. And the idea that he stopped doing it when he became the president of Ukraine, because as we all know.
Well, yeah. Did you see his videos? You know, everyone has their season of expression, but that was a little bit too far from me. Okay, I got a problem with any man in anything over 2-inch heels. Okay, now every time I see Jeff Dye walking down the street wearing him 2-inch heels, thinking he's a cowboy at 6'5". 6'5". Okay, that's some Nephilim. All right, I'm only 4'3". Okay, I know, but the power of logos, that one day I'll be 4'5", and that's just 2 more inches. Okay, but old Kurt Metzger's 6'3". But here we are.
Cokeheads tend to stop doing coke in the most high stress situations. That's when they decide. Of course, Vlad. Of course, you're not insulting me by saying that to my face. I know I'm a dumb goy, and boy, I am. You know what could say I'm not. Okay, but I'm not a fucking golem, motherfucker. That's why I told him to put on a kippah when he talks to me that way, because I couldn't fucking believe what he said to me. I can't believe Lev defended it, but I don't get the deal here. I know now since I've been in Austin, this town's lousy with intel freaks and cutouts of billionaires, okay, because of those podcasting and such. The city, Austin, is lousy with filthy Rosicrucians and Masons and all kinds of scumbaggery like that. It's a very occultic area, a lot of tech here, so that's the devil. Sorry to tell you as the Quirp shaman.
Yeah, and your guys' homeless people disappear too. They just, if you talk to homeless people.
Yeah, they go in Ladyboy Lake.
Yeah.
You know Ladyboy Johnson, the first lady to, what was his fucking name?
Lyndon B. Johnson, yeah. West of Austin is Johnson City, where he's from.
Wait, it was Long Beef Johnson, his name was.
Oh, yeah. What did I miss? Did he just admit something? Must have missed it. Nice.
And Ladyboy Johnson. Okay, and there's a lake, and it's named after this day because Tony Hinchcliffe dumps gay guys in there.
Oh, come on! Someone's said it. Someone's actually said it. Have people been saying this? This is the first time I've actually heard someone say it. Hold on. Did Kurt Metzger just say this for the first time? Is he saying that Tony Hinchcliffe might be responsible for some of the missing people in Austin? Let's take that back. Hold on. Good. Yeah, maybe Metzger was in the files. He's taking everyone down. Oh, man. I just came in just as I thought I was not even going to I was going to wait a couple of days because I was just Epstein out. Okay, I didn't want to. And what? Oh, okay, hold on a second. Because I figured there's got to be a couple, and he was definitely on the list. But there's still a couple more. I know. Okay, I know there's a couple more other than who Metzger just named, because I'm not going to say that. Okay, you can't even play a clip of his without him gnawing at your ankles. His little ankle biter, that Tony Hinchcliffe. Get out right here. Yeah. Oh, man. He nips at you. But let's take this. Oh, my gosh. There's so much happening. He's taking everyone down now. And that's what he was doing, too. He's like, kind of like warming up. Because he knows that's going to drop. And so he's just getting it ready so that he can just rattle it all out. He's like, all right. Someone just saw that I was in the files. Now here we are. Do. Oh. Look like the old Building 11. Or 9/11 buildings. Here we are.
Lyndon B. Johnson, yeah. West of Austin is Johnson City, where he's from.
Wait, it was Long Beef Johnson, his name was, and Lady Boy Johnson.
Oh.
Okay,
Jeez.
and there's a lake, and it's named after this day because Tony Hinchcliffe dumps gay guys in there.
Oh, man. Oh, man. And now, there's at least one more that is right at the top. Well, maybe even two or three more that are right at the top of my head that I feel like are contributing to that number. Welcome back to the chat, Mark. But ooh, man, he is saying the quiet part out loud, and that's official. Okay, that is. I've never heard another man say that before in my life. I couldn't imagine. So we might see the dominoes fall in the old Rogan verse, which I always found very odd that they continued to have Kill Tony at the mothership in that small room. And the whole scenario sucked. It was cool when it was back in the other place and they're all hanging out in the bar and you can kind of walk up there as you're hanging out with drinks and do a quick minute. And then they start leaning into it, just like old Metzger here. Leaning into his thing. And then they had to all ruin it. So he just said that Tony Hinchcliffe is responsible for the bodies that are in Pretty Bird Lake. Ooh. All right. So we'll
And there's so much coming.
I cannot.
They
By the
float
way,
to the surface.
It could be a joke, though.
David
Bomb.
He's a
Lucas said that
comedian.
to me. Okay.
Oh, I'm talking over him. Sorry. Here we go. Let me back it up. You know, he's a comedian. He could be telling jokes. That's what they. You know, these are gestures, folks. Okay.
Boy Johnson. Okay, and there's a lake, and it's named after this day because Tony Hinchcliffe dumps gay guys in there.
And there's so much coming.
I cannot.
They
By the
float
way,
to the surface.
I want to stress this.
They
David
bob.
Lucas said that to me. Okay,
Okay, so he said Dave Lucas said that to him. Interesting that it's that person that said. Okay. Well, because that was one of them on my list. Them little lake watchers, because they love doing that little fishing show, don't they? And why do you think they're always by the lake fishing? No.
cannot.
They
By the
float
way,
to
Yeah, and they're making sure they don't float to the top, huh? So we gotta be out here fishing.
the surface.
I want to stress this.
They
David
bob.
Lucas said that to me. Okay, I did not make that up. I don't think Tony dumps. I mean, I don't know. I'm not his dad. I don't follow him around. But what am I, Jeffrey Dahmer's dad here? I don't know what he does. But
What am I, Jeffrey Dahmer's dad? I don't know what he does. Oh. So he's insinuating that he's Jeffrey Dahmer? Ooh, man. It all makes sense, wouldn't it? The whole thing. Just the way he got, really, like really thin, like the guitarist on the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Right after River Phoenix died. Then conveniently the guitarist had to quit the band and go through this huge heroin thing. Nearly died. And then they come to California dreaming. They brought him back. But he said Lucas. Oh, Lucas. So he just said Tony and Lucas. All while he's talking about the Ladybird. Or is it Ladybird? Like?
David Lucas first said to me, and it made me laugh my ass off, because Tony always has a vest on like a life preserver.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Like a Back to the Future. He's got a stylist is styling him with vests.
Mhm.
And they remind me of they're nice vests. There's nothing wrong with the vest, but it looks like a life preserver. Like if you had to dump in a hurry, the dark thirst came over you. You had to dump them in the river and make sure they sank. Gotta be careful.
An episode of Fishing with David Lucas, and he reels in a gay guy. He reels in a dead gay guy. That Tony.
I believe that was my episode. I reeled in a dead gay guy. No, David Lucas made that joke, and I always make it because it makes me laugh my ass off.
Okay, all right.
But no, it also could be that people go in that river or wherever they go, and you can't go in there. You'll die. So if you're fucked up or something, you could jump in. I or multiple killings from. This is a fucked up area, dude. So there's all kind. Dude, there was a fucking homeless guy with a dog chained to his cart who was selling liquor to scumbags driving by on the road who were buying liquor off of They're buying hobo liquor. So we're beyond a meth fentanyl thing here. We're talking about like hobo shanty shit that I never even knew existed until I moved here.
Yeah, I mean the line for Kill Tony is like a Hooverville.
Kill Tony single-handedly has. I liken it to.
Yeah. That's what I was saying before too. The whole new setup just seems so weird. It's almost like they want them outside so that, well, they probably do want them out. They don't want all these people in there, but yeah, it really dirtied up the city.
The guy in that new Mad Max, the newer, not the newest one, but the one with Tom Hardy. Immortan Joe. That Tony's like Immortan Joe turning on the water. Do you know what I mean? Like he comes out with like a vest. Do not get addicted to stage time, my friends. You will resent its absence.
I am picturing people coming into Austin on like box
I just imagine pterodactyl armed people coming for their big break for miles around. I think the most pathetic thing, dude.
Okay, so he's talking over Ben. So you must not have the headphones in. Or he thinks he's just so much more important than Ben Avery. Come on now. Oh, Ben Avery needs to get the word out. I mean, are people talking about this? They took his channel down. And for whatever reason, on Kurt Metzger's show, Kurt Metzger thinks he can talk about himself the whole time. What you doing? It's not your show.
There's 20,000 attack channels of just like Austin and Tony, and they'll lump Joe in it because this is the seat of Western power now. So, Okay, I mean, that shows you how big your thing is, dude.
Yeah,
that someone
Austin was
makes a living
ruined.
off talking shit about you like that. You know, like the Epstein. See, big is like this to me. Every dumb fuck I know.
I think all the major cities are ruined. I think deliberately. I think there's a deliberate attempt to ruin all the major cities, uh, drive crime up so that the prices go down, so that these companies can come in and buy everything really low, and then enforce, you know,
I shouldn't say
these
it, not everybody, but
enforce, higher measures of surveillance and security to then protect what they took.
a lot of people. It'll just be like
Yeah,
gossip
like
about
Canada.
comedians who have shit.
Man, they're taking people right off the streets. Okay, taking people right off the streets.
Like that they don't deserve or so.
Canada.
Just like open mic ass shit that there's an industry of channels. Some of them are like, okay, that person never even tried stand up. Some of them reek of failed stand up. You know, like I
Yes,
failed at it
yeah.
and whatever. But
Yeah,
whatever.
there's a guy who did hit Louis, that Australian guy, and he keeps talking about how when he was doing stand up, he wanted to be just like Louis, and now he's disappointed in Louis and this and that.
Dude,
So he keeps talking about his own stand-up
not only
career.
should you be like Louis, whoever that dumb fucking Aussie is, whoever this inbred Aussie is saying this, I want you to understand something. You should be like him.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, we're breaking stories here. I just wanted to see that, and all of a sudden, he's calling people out. He's in the Epstein files, and he's, I mean, basically said that Lucas told him all this. He's taking everyone down, folks. He's taking, he probably paid homage to Rogan one last time before the last hurrah. I think that's what Tom Segura did with that big old wink that he did at the end of his episode with Rogan. He gave him a big old wink at the end, and we got some coverage on that. And ooh, man, that looked like something else kind of wink. Like, hey, don't worry, I got it taken care of. Like, I know, we got it. Like, what? I want to make sure that my gate didn't capture that and that you all heard that, okay? He was winking at Rogan, Tom Segura, on his episode with Joe Rogan. Give him a big old wink. And it looked like a movie heist, okay? These people are doing these cliche movie things that you're like, I can't believe they're actually doing that. Like, they're like, wink. Like, it was like, oh, I'm like, well, man. But here we are.
And I would say your only hope of him being remotely that good is if you ask women to watch you masturbate as well. I would recommend highly you go to one of them stupid fucking dingbat Australian feminists. If I were a man, I would.
Oh, okay. So you're not liking the Jimmy Dore with him on Jimmy Dore? Now, yeah, I wonder if that kind of wears on. I bet they both kind of wear on each other a bit. See if I can. You guys are hot in the comments. That's exactly right. I mean, the stuff you're saying, I think is right on. If I can get to the screen real quick, I can read a couple. Sorry for these right in the microphone. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's probably why he's doing his own stuff now, because maybe he's going to taper off of Jimmy Dore too.
No, hey, baby. Oh, no. You know, that stupid accent they have. And go to one of them dingbats and just say, please watch me jerk off, miss. Okay? And if she says no, you know, it's called consent. This is actually.
Hey, if you all want to have a little Kurt Metzger bash sesh, hit the like button. I think we might kind of pile on Kurt Metzger here. He's kind of crashing out a little bit. Unless he's expecting another guest or something, he's not really paying attention. What you do?
There's nothing really coercive about it. You must be an idiot to think you must be a dumb whore if someone asks you if you want to do that and you say yes. Why? What's the threat? I know it ain't Louis. Your career? Okay, that's called being a whore, everyone. If you I felt like I had to do this for my job. Well, you hoard yourself out then. That's how that works. Fuck.
What is he talking? Well, why is even Ben Avery here? What are you doing? And I don't even know why you even have just talk on the mic. I'm talking. I've done 8-hour streams, just talking, man. Why you got Ben Avery here? Oh, wait. Is it because he's trying to see who has his corner a little bit? So he's taking the guy who just got knocked down, and to see if he'll be in Metzger's corner while the Epstein files are released. No, he said that he was at some kind of Hollywood production that he was writing for. They were having a birthday party, I guess. Maybe for Epstein. Or maybe there was just a birthday party and Epstein was going to be there at some point, and by the time that Metzger was there, he had come and gone. Well, you don't have to have him there in order to participate in what the old Epstein sets up. You know, he sets things up and then leaves, lets you party. So, what were they doing at the party? Having some pizza? Slicing up some pizza? Oh, don't be slicing pizza at a party. Oh, and using the comedy as a shield for criticism. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah. And he's got a little well, nothing little about him. Okay. This is a Nephilim. But yeah. Well, see, the thing is I can't say because I don't want him to change it up. But there's something that I'm noticing, and I want to see if it kind of continues. Well, and it has continued. Not that he's gonna watch these things, and please, I don't need eyes on me. Okay. Oh my God, I got my first 1K. Woo! My first 1K. So thank you, folks, for watching. Okay, and I'm this long form. You know, we kind of hang out, and we find these little nuggets, these little discoveries, and we let these other content creators extract headlines from source material, but I like to watch source material as much as possible and allow those cultivators of, the compilation ones and doing the essays and everything. It's not much of a fun reaction kind of stuff unless it's kind of crazy. But here we are with source material, and they can be long. And so Metzger, he's putting in the numbers. And I watch it because there's a lot there, and the people like it. And I'm enjoying what I'm discovering. But he hasn't let Ben talk. Okay, so this seems more like when Rogan has on Red Band, and right after a huge event that he doesn't want to talk about. And then so Rogan will have Red Band on and not even ask Red Band a question. He'll just start talking about something. And that's exactly what Metzger's doing. Why won't you let Ben talk? He's got to talk about how he lost his channels. Okay, that possibly Jeff Dye might be responsible for that. And here I was thinking that Jeff Dye was punching down, okay? Because we don't punch down, okay? We punch up, okay? I'm down, okay? I'm low bottom, okay? I'm subterranean. These are surface dwellers, okay? I barely see the surface. And Ben Avery getting excited that he finally got 1,000 and then 1,000 subs, and then within a short amount of time he doubled it, got 2 within like a week. He's like, wow, thanks guys. And his clip channel, Lemon Bar Radio, what a channel, okay? They're pumping that stuff out, and maybe they got him taken down, because those clip channels can put too many eyes on you when you're not ready for it, okay? And with me being new, 1,000 people tap my link. Watch out, okay? That's hot, okay? That's too many eyes, okay? I got to work this out first, and but Ben Avery got it taken down, and he thinks it might have been because of Jeff Dye. Now I think he even mentioned at one point he might have gone too far. He thinks that there was one thing that he did that probably did it, and it might have been some kind of threat that he was probably joking about, okay? But I don't even watch too much Ben Avery. I like that he's putting in the effort. He's just had a kid, so he's got the I'm the perpetual tired but still powering through look. And but good God, dude, please if you just stop drinking calories, your life would be so much better. Okay, so he insists on drinking soda on stream. I could barely drink water without burping, and so, I wouldn't do that to you guys, okay? I respect my listeners, and they're drinking pop and eating and all this. Oh my God, it's wild, okay? But the thing is, because I don't do that, I'm able to go so much further, so much deeper, and so we'll let these surface dwellers hang out on the surface while we go deep, okay? And get into some discovery.
Your career. Are you stupid? I'm being a little harsh, but it gets on my nerves that any imbecile would even talk about Louis at this point after Noam Chomsky and this fucking guy over here, old friend to Moonies and Kabad motherfucker, this guy. What is everybody talking about? You better forget about sports and baseball and entertain all that shit. What are you dumb? Who am I talking to, Ben? You?
Yeah, I mean, who could?
Okay, and so Metzger's realizing that, so he's in this kind of thing where he realizes that he does these loud rants. He realizes that people get kind of, like, are you, who are you talking to when you're doing this? Now, I can handle that. I don't mind those kind of, where you're kind of captured by the moment. And so as he completely disassociates, as he talks to, no one and everyone at the same time, he then comes back and says, who am I talking to? Okay. Now that you've done that quite a few times on podcasts, you don't have to do that anymore. And he's kind of feeling that. And that's why he didn't really say it fully like he usually does. So we like to see when people become self-conscious, okay? And because I hate it when it happens to me. Oh, man, I lost so many voices. Okay, I used to have these voices. And I, just, this is all you get now. No, this is a finely tuned machine. Old Metzger with going Joker Epstein here. Do you just see how sick that was? Epstein in the Joker face. Now you make me think that Joaquin Phoenix might have some little shady shit, because that'd be looking Joaquin Phoenix, man. Okay, like, and I barely say that person's name because I don't want to put a hex on me. Okay, you'll be doing breakdance moves and I'll be thinking I'm in China, because I'll be under some kind of demonic spell. He knows all this kind of stuff, all right? And I'm not trying to mess around with all Phoenix, but Epstein, there was a picture of Jeffrey Epstein in Joker face, and it was said that he wore that while he abused while he was being abusive. Okay, I don't even like saying that out of my mouth. And how terrifying, how absolutely sick and terrifying. That must have been. I could and look at old Metzger's got a little Joker going. But seeing Epstein in the Joker phase made me think, well, anyone who has done the Joker has then participated in this, and that is what that represents. And that's why Jack Nicholson said, hey, don't go too far with the Joker when it came to Heath Ledger. And then Heath Ledger could have wound up doing something with, I wonder if Heath Ledger will eventually show up on the Epstein files, because there was a time where, same thing with Val Kilmer, they're all at the same kind of time that these big stars end up getting, like, it seemed like their whole worlds got turned upside down for whatever reason. And then soon, crazy things happen. So, what if that whole Joker, playing the Joker, you had to participate in some crazy, sick, satanic rituals in order to even play the role? And that's a little drop in the bucket. I mean, they just do that on film anyways. But, maybe that's why Jared Leto always popping up in my streams for some reason. Jared Leto's always Jen thought that we needed to take a look into old Leto at some point. A lot there with Leto. But are you guys like sharing pearls here, and I'm missing it? I can't share any. Let me see if I can read this on screen first before I read. Okay. This is wild.
Who could you imagine talking about like James Franco or something, like cornering a PA at this
I'm
point?
only covering. By the way, the rest of this, I meant to tell you, we will be covering the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni saga for the rest of this.
Okay.
Okay. Obviously, there's two main stories of the week. Where are we at with this Baldoni thing? Where's the Baldoni story at? That's
Quirp, can I say I find the Epstein things so boring. I'm yawning. I'm sitting here file after file of babies in jars, and I'm bored out of my mind. Could we get on to something else? Like,
you must be a real Kabbalist to feel like that.
I'm bored out of my
Hey,
mind. My
I see
eyes
this
are
down
rolling
at the synagogue. What do I? Can you just re-see it on my off time too?
When I'm reading an
fuck that
email
guy Vlad for saying that shit to me. I'm actually still offended. This asshole told me.
Okay, now this is getting crazy. Okay, so it's been a while since Ben Avery's talked. He actually just mentioned how he's bored, and yeah, even Wizard's like, God, this is boring. This is so boring. So there's something else happening here, because this isn't. Usually he's all hopped up on Adderall and those energy drinks, and so it looks like he might actually be maybe playing a little cover for him being in the Epstein files, maybe. But who knows? Who knows?
We should give our money forever to them to keep losing. And by the way, he's been in the front lines. I don't give a shit. Why isn't he there now? They're losing the war.
Yeah.
You fucking hero. Oh, because you're a gangster, son. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I think that you went. You thought because I was on Redacted and I was on Rogan.
There it is, Redacted. Okay, we got
friends
it.
with Dave Smith and a bunch of other people. They're gonna have me on and then go. Well, will you listen? They said it. Would you listen to evidence? Where's the fucking evidence? All I'm hearing is insults. He goes, you're just a conspiracy theorist. I go, what do you mean just? What do you mean? What is this just shit? No, I am. So why would I not be? You're a fucking liar. I have to come up with what you're lying about. Why would I not be why would anyone not be a conspiracy theorist?
Exactly.
Yes. In on it, or they're a fucking
well, I don't know about that, but I agree. Tabloid wins.
That's my question. But
I mean, you'd have to be illiterate at this point.
Well, most people are. I promise you that. I went in knowing everybody's fucking illiterate, like really illiterate, like genuinely, and they've been hiding it successfully.
Dude, I'm reading emails that there's bunk.
And then Ben Avery wanting to make sure, he said, "I'm reading email." He's like, "You best not be illiterate with me, Ben Avery, because I need them really left-brained." So they are just logical about everything and have no abstract mind at all, okay? You like some flatliners, the old lefty brain lobes. I'm far right in the old hemisphere. No, I'm right in down the center, woo-way. Way down here? Where? I'm woo-way. Right down the middle. I got the best of both worlds. Both of them firing at full capacity. Usually. But not when you're not letting Ben Avery talk. Okay, so.
There was a bunker underneath Five Palms, that temple on Epstein Island, and they were getting internet installed down there. Like,
well, you gotta make some money and broadcast. Hey, well, you have the thing about I enjoyed the torture video. Are you okay? Did you see that one?
Oh yes. Okay. So yes, and I won't pause a lot like this. But yeah, you remind me. Yeah, if a Chinese finger trap. they were kind of going back and forth there for a while, and they were kind of talking over each other, and that's what Harlem did with Rick Glassman. Okay, there's no straight man there. They were both kind of being charactery and goofy. So it was like the Ouroboros, just the snake eating the tail, and they couldn't really get anywhere. It was just all shtick, and but Kurp's shtick is his conspiracy theories and but here we are.
Yeah, I saw it all. Yeah.
From
Ice cream boarding. Yeah.
That's from Epstein. Somebody figured out. I was watching a Flesh Simulator, who I want to get on the show real bad. He did it.
Yeah, he's incredible. That guy.
He does good work. And first of all, don't read these files if you're hungry, because they say pizza a lot. Oh, I got a little grumbly in my tumbly from all the pizza talk. I'll tell you, Ben.
How thinly would you like your pizza sliced? May I bring your pizza in for you now? Please let me know.
Yeah, so they're all in on it. The fucking right and the left. If you're Republican still, and I just want to.
Yes, problematic that
Trump
the picture in the background is.
I don't know how people
wild.
think that he did deport. He didn't. He let them all keep your jobs. You fucking imbeciles. Last night at the mothership, there are two young Mexican guys in front row, and I'm sick of my. I'm so sick of my dumb jokes I had for. So I go. Hey, you look like two guys that are. It's your last night before you go out to enlist in ICE. So he's a young Mexican, and they laugh. And he goes, "No, that's my cousin. Actually, did that." Okay. And I go, "Well, did he enjoy his free trip to Israel?" And the guy laughed so fucking hard, dude. They thought I was a psychic. Ben, they thought I was psychic.
Yeah.
Yikes. Why don't you call yourself a genius too while you're at it? What? Tooting your own horn? You got two horns on your head. Doesn't mean you gotta toot your own horn. What is this content? That's what I'm saying. This seems really off for Kurp right now. This is really off. Like this is just like him. Like if Rogan were to have Red Band on, it's just a wall to speak against. And Ben keeps getting in the way of him, just kind of, because ever since he started, he was trying to control the whole scenario. He was like, "Okay, here's what you do, Ben. When I say this, then you say this," and it was kind of a joke, but there's something here.
The whole crowd thought I was. Well, some of them were angry. So one guy thought ICE was doing a great, but the whole point is I can't even believe that you could actually be a psychic to people if you just know any current events.
Yes.
You could be what do you assume? How do you know all this stuff?
And then everyone's gonna have amnesia. How is it that people have amnesia and don't remember things 3 weeks out? How is it that I'm so smart and such a Nostradamus that I just remember things 3 weeks out? Let's see if he says that.
I say all this crazy shit to people, and they're like, "Why would I know? I understand." They're like, "Why would you know this? What do you work in the government or something? How would you know this?"
Nope,
well, guess what? I'm not very smart. You're right to suspect me because I'm not that smart. This shit's all out there. It's been out there for.
Oh wait, suspect you for what? Oh, you a Fed? Huh? I said, are you?
How do you know all this stuff?
How do you know all this stuff? Where you getting this information? You know what it takes to get information? Shit. The way that these files are dropping, it might be that maybe even Alex Jones might have been right about them Sandy Hook. I mean, think about it. How hard they came down on Alex Jones. No, I'm not some kind of big Alex Jones watcher by any means. You know, some entertaining content occasionally through, you know, other people being on the show. Only when Kanye is wearing a gimp mask with Fuentes am I watching Alex Jones. But could be that maybe something happened there. Oh, Bill Hicks. Oh, shit. Oh, man. That would be great. That would be great if he was Bill Hicks. That would be great. Because Bill Hicks would do something like that. He would. And
That
he
was
was
crazy.
Bill Hicks was so into JFK and the Waco thing, and obviously because it was in Texas, but yeah.
Shit to people, and they're like, "Why would I know?" I understand. They're like, "Why would you know this? Would you work in the government or something? How would you know this?" Well, guess what? I'm not very smart. You're right to suspect because I'm not that smart. This shit's all out there. It's been out there for fucking your whole life. It's been out there,
Kanye's
and you're
did
just not going to look at it, you cow. That's what I say to dear friends. I go, listen, you illiterate cow. I'm not a researcher. I saw this while I took a shit once. Do you understand how easy it is to find out?
Yeah,
You don't got to take my word for it. You just don't want to, and you don't want to look at it. And then I had this asshole Vlad. I'm still bothered about it. Like just saying, yo, dude, I've haggled on 42nd Street, bitch. I know how the fuck. I know pushy fucking foreign merchants when I fucking talk to them,
Mhm.
and I don't get pushed around by them. I'll push you around till you leave. He took the whole fucking podcast down. That's my
Wait. God, I forgot. That's why he was saying all this, because he was trying to tell us why that episode got taken down. And he said that all to Lev? Wait, what? I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss any comments. If there's a comment that you said about the show, or about Kerp show that I missed, pop it up again, or I'll go through. But yeah, I'm with you too with the double speak too. Yeah. All right, let's take a look.
talk to him,
Mhm.
and I don't get pushed around by them. I'll push
Good-
you
good
around
call,
till you
Mark.
leave. He took the whole fucking podcast down. That's my
Wait,
and then I found out I was in the Epstein files right after that, and then I knew.
Big day for you. I'm glad you found.
wait, so that was after. Ooh, wait. So yeah, because I guess I was just assuming that it was because of the files, and now he spent 22 minutes and 22 seconds explaining how it's
Know how to
not.
fuck. I know pushy fucking foreign merchants when I fucking talk to them,
Mhm.
and I don't get pushed around by them. I'll push you around till you leave. He took the whole fucking podcast down. That's my and then I found out I was
So he says it's because of that?
in the Epstein files right after that, and then I knew.
Big day for you. I'm glad you finally made a list, Kurt.
Well, that's why I'm doing. I've made several, but probably I'm going to be on that Ukrainian kill list now. I guess I better look out for a 70-year-old Ukrainian infantryman sneaking up.
Yeah, that's the lady from Redacted. The show that you're just on, they just got you. They got you already.
I guess I better look out for a 70-year-old Ukrainian infantryman sneaking up on me or something.
Here. Let's see if we can find one. Give me 1 second here. Trying to find what he's looking for. Dead air. It's for a good cause. Oh, this list is a little bit longer than I expected. Let me play it for you while I'm looking for this. Sorry.
Speaking of Chomsky behind you, by the way, big shout out to Norman Finkelstein for telling people to fuck. He's a fucking pedophile. Fuck Alan Dershowitz.
Yo,
Fuck
I
him.
love Finkelstein. Finkelstein's who put me on to what was up with Israel. I didn't know anything about it. I thought it was complicated until Finkelstein came on. Until the King Norman Finkelstein came on.
He
when
walks
I
the
mentioned
path.
him. Yo, I'd mentioned him at those guys. And Vlad first goes, Max Blumenthal's a scumbag, which, like, let's say he was, but what does that have to do with what the information he has? I know you're a scumbag and you want me to believe you. So and Max is not. He's a guy who's honest, by the way. That's why he's calling him scumbag, because this guy's that bad. Finkel.
Okay. So you're saying about the Ukrainian? This joke's not gonna land now. It took too long. But how about that one? So that's the Ukrainian spy. That's the lady from Redacted. All right, let's bring him back to the show.
Scene. Oh, that guy's a weirdo. Dude, they just did the lamest dismissals of every single thing.
I know.
And Finkelstein is one that gets dismissed. Parents were Auschwitz survivors. Okay. Oh, I wonder what ethnicity Norman Finkelstein is. You can't call him anti-Semitic. They try to go self-hating Jew. But, like, shut the fuck. What do you mean? Every Jew in America I've ever fucking met?
Yeah, every Jew hates himself.
In America, not Israel. In America.
No, not Israeli. Yeah, not Israeli.
No, in Israel, they like themselves a bit. You know what would help is if Israel could ship some of their fucking self-esteem to American Jews and destroy the ethnic rhinoplasty industry and fix this problem.
Nice.
That would be nice. That's just. And now I'm just a simple crypto shaman. You understand?
You're the goyim, a crypto goy.
A crypto shaman. I still want to talk about crypto. Don't let me forget.
Of course.
Now is the time, Ben.
The blockchain.
Ben,
You're spiritually Israeli now, Quirp.
the blockchain will be our Jerusalem, Ben. Do you understand that?
Yes. Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Oh, look at these guys. Look at these two pals. Great pals.
Free me, Cyrus the Great.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they got
I'm
it.
sorry that I can't.
Oh, you
I would like to show. Yeah, I would like to show the whole thing, but we can at least see some of me yelling at Lev. Now, this part, the very beginning part, I think is not that good, but there's some parts that are funny going on. But oh, and this is after I kept changing my backgrounds because they had the nerve to talk about terrorists, and I had to point out that ISIS fucking runs Syria, and you know what Vlad told me? Was that's the way war works. So let me get this straight. ISIS, the Muzzies I'm supposed to hate, but they won a war, so they get to take over Syria. That's cool. You don't think that's suspicious? That's how arrogant these fuckers are. I mean, Lev's not arrogant. I really don't understand his deal. I don't know if it's
Well,
just
he's Ukrainian, right?
yeah, but he ain't no fucking. I don't think he's Jewish neither. I think he's like some kind of Mithra worshiper or something.
I think he's a Jew.
Yeah, but I don't think he's like.
You can go ahead and put the ish on it.
I think he might be Gnostic. Actually, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's all occultic. It's all occult. Oh, I asked to do if he was a Frankist too. On top of it, because he was like every bad thing, Vlad. Oh, are you Frankist too, dude? On top of it, like, so let me get this straight. You want us to keep giving our money both to Ukraine and Israel, and you have a red and black Nazi flag that you put a Star of David on.
Red and black. You know what? All redacted. All redacted. That's what I said. Redacted. Red and black. Kurt Metzger, you watching this show? You best not be watching this show. Too many eyes on me, okay? But that's what I was saying. I mentioned this a few streams ago with the coverage with him and Redacted that this looked a little commie. It looked like Chinese throwing stars. Okay, I just have that playing in the background on repeat. Okay. I've got to study this face. Okay, there's a It's too much there. Too much there. Okay. So she was not happy. She did not like Kurt Metzger. And at the end, she's like, I hope that maybe someday we can be friends. Oh, wait, what? So we're not friends? Oh. And how could you ever be a friend to Metzger?
And like, I was blown away by this. Like you understand how rich oligarchs are, that they can't imagine that you know anything. And if you do know anything, they just try to bulldoze you until you don't.
I guess they're right to assume that, though. I guess, right?
Is this Evie Mux? Oh, did they get Evie Mux? Mark, you listening to you listening to my comments? I've been telling them to get Evie Mux for a minute. They finally got Evie Mux. Oh yeah, because that's when they went a little bit bigger thumbnail like this. But it's still not as big as you can just do with other people. Like, why they insist on their show is finally making their show look like this. Before there was like super tiny thumbnails, and they had this entire huge black screen that they didn't just point and drag to make it bigger and cover the majority of the screen. But all right, here we go.
You know what? In fairness, let me be fair to Vlad. He was absolutely right to assume that, without a doubt. Absolutely right to assume that. Although I feel like I was brought on there so they could do an ambush debate or some shit. I think Vlad said, let me talk to this guy, because Vlad demanded he take it down, as far as I know. So that means whatever the...
Oh, maybe it was because of the redacted one. Did he... Oh, wait. Yeah, because did he do this after redacted? When was this? Oh, 202. Let's see when this redacted one was. Four days ago. W01. So after the redacted one, see, she's like trying to play nice, but she's like, but she could have had gas. She looked very gassy. But she had so many tells. So she was being fed lines and a script to read, and she was looking at ChatGPT feeding her little talking points, far right talking points that sprinkled a little bit of communism or Russian delight in it. And Metzger kept calling her out. But look at that. He's going crazy. And he goes full, he goes full bug eye. I'm not even going to, look at, she's just like, whoa, oh. And it's not really has anything to do with what he's saying. It has everything to do with, she's got to see old Trump's face. She's just looking at Trump right there and just like, what the hell? No, look at it is this thing. Look at now. I do you guys a favor and don't get all close up to the screen. Okay, you don't want to be seeing, big old head coming at you. All right, now, if you give me a second, and we're just on a little tangent here. One second here. I gotta get. So usually, we gotta try to match the show a bit. Okay, I forgot to. Actually, no, I think I did wear this a little bit. So, you got when old Metzger's got the old, then you gotta pay a little homage here. So, but I'll tell you who's not a cowboy. Jeff Dye ain't no cowboy. Okay, that's for damn sure. But that was my way of participating in the show. Thank you. But these are the same. Okay. But she was just freaking out the whole time over having to look that. Metzger, back off a little bit. So he did. Oop. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. So it looks like he's on it for the whole episode. Oh, okay. So you're just not gonna address it?
I don't think they do.
No, I think they
They'll
live
come
in
up.
Switzerland.
They'll probably just
Yeah, they don't come up.
his
But
channels
the
later.
Balfour Declaration, that's all them. And if you watch that video of old man Pindar, I believe his name is. If you watch old Pindar, the guy looks like Pindar. You ever seen that Virginia Wilder talking about how his name is Pindar? It means the penis of the dragon. Do you know that?
No, I don't know that.
It's old school David Icke video, him talking to Arizona Wilder, explaining how the royal family are all fucking lizards, which
And David Icke was on the latest Redacted. Much to the lady's chagrin, or whatever, however you say that. She does not like the right. She's just in it to. There's a lot of money on the right. Okay, if you look at all those channels doing the news channels, and they're all the ones that are doing really good are the ones that are leaning the right. So everyone's going right commentary. So that's what they're doing. Well, I feel like you guys are dropping so much knowledge here, and I'm not getting to it. Let me do a quick chat break here, and make sure I'm getting you guys comments here, or the things that need to be brought up. Sometimes I say the ones that they're not meant to be said. So I gotta make sure that. Okay, so Nellie is aware of her resentment. Okay, yes, and okay, Mark, yeah, and you were telling me before too that she knows, her shortcomings and stuff, and so yeah, she's okay. And you're saying and anger she holds in, okay, and that's part of why. Okay, so she left the BBC because she was becoming resentful. Okay, I thought she was she left the BBC and then she became. That's part of why she left the BBC. Or maybe that is what you're saying, but the world laughs as. Sorry, I don't know if I'm still learning how to incorporate chats into this. Asmongold just pops them off. How does he do that? He'll permaban you if you say the wrong thing. These are just little streamers that I barely watch. Okay, here we are.
Of course they are. What do you think they're not? Do you think they're not lizards? What is wrong with you? People trash Harry. Why?
Okay, Mark says here, oh, well, I probably shouldn't put you on blast, my bad. But yeah, saying that, that Redacted still questioning things and speaking truth, within limits. Okay. Okay. So, and I mean, yeah, you gotta do everything you can. Okay, like it's hard to stand your ground when you can't pay your bills. Everyone can wax poetic until you gotta write a check. All right. So yeah, I guess it happens. I mean, people are trying to, and they'll YouTube will just change their algorithm, and things will kind of populate differently. So things can change on a dime.
Why, dude? He's like the best one probably, and he's a fucking lizard. They're all lizards. Oh, Harry's real bad. Yo, Harry. I think Prince Andrew still gets full paid security, don't he? But not Harry. But don't be too hard on Andrew. Prince Charles.
Ain't that the truth, Dolly? Yes. I mean, isn't that wild? Is it? That's what I'm saying. Like, I wasn't even going to do much in the Epstein stuff at all. You know, I was just gonna let everyone else do it. But oh my God, man, they're munching. Okay, these are a bunch of munchers. Makes you think too. You know, maybe, you know, Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt and Vampire, the interview with the vampire might have been some real shit. Okay, they started filming real stuff, folks. Okay, watcha. Okay, that's some wild shit. They sharpened their teeth for that movie, and they probably would do things for real just to try to film it. Okay, oh man. Now imagine there being a torture film, and then filming that and it being like a music video, because that's what I felt that Kanye one was. All them bodies on the bed. I that seemed like that was real, and everyone that was on that bed is now a clone walking around allegedly, because that Kanye video looked too real. So it's wild stuff out there. So they all, man, be doing wild things.
Did we all forget? Got marriage counseling from Jimmy Savile for his wife who later died. Well, where did that
Damn it,
counseling?
is that true?
Yeah,
God
it's a
damn
thank
it.
you letter for the marriage counseling.
That's awful.
Hey, England, are you stupid? When you saw that King Charles, your king, your fat-fingered lizard king, went to Jimmy Savile for marriage counseling, did you brush that off like imbeciles? And now you wonder why muzzy rape gangs run your country. Well, because your king's a rapist. Your king's a scumbag. He wants them to do that to you. You're not going to turn on your king. You're just going to be mad at the third worlders. You're not going to say F the crown. See, you're punks. You're all punks. You always got to hate your neighbor, not the fucking guy who put you in a pit fight with them like Gladiator.
That is so true. That is so true. Okay, how people now are. It's this, you know, kind of global news now instead of it. People are more concerned about global news and then weaponizing the local community to advance the global agenda than people are to embrace and watch local news to then kind of build a community that could, you know, create a global effect. But why would you want to? Okay, quit trying to affect the globe. It's a flat plane anyways. Okay. So there's a lot of this, you know, they're weaponizing everyone, and wild stuff out there.
Never going to
Wild
do.
stuff.
That's how you know your enemy. They always want to redirect your attention back to the other skin color, the other religion. They never want you to look at your kings or your Rothschild. Rothschilds aren't the toppity top, obviously. You wouldn't know who they were if they were. But they're the representatives of the tippity top. You know, they're very high up. They're above any of your.
Wow, there's a passage in the Bible that says that? Mark? So Mark says that there's a passage in the Bible that says, if we consume human flesh and drink the blood, we will live forever, but we will be wretched and without a soul and never be forgiven. Whoa, does that not sound like the people look how they're looking now? That's how everyone looks in Hollywood right now. It looks like everyone's so stressed out that everything's about to, everything's about to hit the fan. The shit's about to hit the fan. Along with the fact that they've probably been, well, not probably, it's been proven that they've been eating humans. So Army Hammer, like, had to prime the public just to kind of wet your palate, kind of wet your whistle on accepting cannibalism. He got canceled for being a cannibal. Well, now everyone's a cannibal, apparently. Oof, let's...
Fucking presidents, I'll tell you that. They're above Israel. Okay, they're above Bibi. Bibi works for those terrorists, the Gavir crowd. He works for them. The Lubavitch fuckers, he works for them. So
wow. Okay, so if you consume, oh my God. See, and that's what happened to Hillary Clinton. Okay, she got that disease that got her bouncing, and they said that that's associated with cannibalism. And she's like, and then she's kind of like walking and getting the shakes. And you're saying that the scripture also says, once you consume human flesh, you can never stop, and will drive you to madness and insanity. Ooh, man. And that's why. Ooh, so then that's why, like, the sacrificial altars get bigger and bigger, and every society eventually goes to that direction, because it's like the flood and Halo, or some kind of zombie thing. I suppose that would be the zombie apocalypse, where they're having to feast on flesh to stay alive. It's the zombies. No, sorry, it's the vampires that are the zombies. Ooh, man.
There's the worst people. Epstein he answers to. He had to send Epstein. Epstein said, love that torture video. Are you okay? Somebody put it together. That's Bibi.
I keep seeing that this is like a midwit take where people...
Whoa, that's Bibi Netanyahu?
think Epstein is like near the top, that he's not like a middle of
He's way higher than I thought. Ghislaine is above him. Ghislaine was always above him. I don't know why people think Epstein was above Ghislaine, because he's a man. That's sexist. You know what?
I don't think many people are thinking that.
Dude, by the way,
Ghislaine is the daughter of the other guy who Israel killed and then gave him a hero's burial. So fucking and by the way, I think, in my opinion, fuck you if you can't prove Israel. Shut the fuck up. How do people try to gaslight you about shit at this point? It's like I'm a girl being cheated on by an obvious scumbag cheater, and everyone's telling me I'm crazy because I want to look at his phone. That's what America is, a bitch. America's a bitch. That's what America is. Why are there not mass, like in Belgium when the Dutroux trials? And everybody and everybody got in the street and almost toppled Belgium until they threw a few more fish out.
That trial took like 20 years or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
and they had police in the house hearing the screams in the basement, and then they kept leaving, then come back, and they'd be like, "We didn't see anything,"
because they're in on it. And the ones that like didn't know, but like didn't look into it, they were right there, but they didn't look into it for their career. I think you're worse. Because those animals that do those things, that's what they are. I mean, they're just garbage that does that. But you're like supposedly someone that don't do it, and you just stood by and you honored your blood oaths, these scumbags, and you didn't snitch.
People that
oh, the blood libel. Is that what it's the?
These are the only heroes, snitches. Start snitching, assholes. I'm not talking to gangsters. I'm talking to everybody in government. Break your vows and snitch, or you're nothing. You're a scumbag. You're part of the thing.
Okay, so this makes when Kurt Metzger talks like this, it makes me think that he's actually not part of it all, and that he is trying to call it some stuff out, but maybe he's still part of something. But you know, you're in that world. You're going to be connected to it at some level, but you know, just peripherally.
It's time to snitch. It's time to fucking snitch.
Those guys get Michael Claytoned.
But
they get dragged into
yo, dude, I assure you, anybody tells me anything, I'm gonna blather it everywhere, and I hope you fucking Michael Clayton, you motherfucker. Please do. Please do. I'm fucking old, dude. I don't give a shit. Dude, I don't have kids. I'm one of them new kind of wef people that don't know nothing, and I've never been happier. Fuck you.
Detrue's another one of those guys where people are like, it's like Henry Lee Lucas or anything else. These guys go, I'm in a big cult. This is a big operation. I'm a small part of it.
Because it goes all the way up to the president and above the president. All the presidents. So,
you know, George Bush pardoned Henry Lee Lucas, only guy ever pardoned while he was governor.
Because he felt bad. I don't blame him. George W. Bush saw people eating baby intestines on a boat.
He had a soft spot for Henry Lee Lucas.
Everybody that.
So, yeah, there's the thing of George Bush cutting off children's feet and eating them. That George Bush was sacrificing children, allegedly, in the files. That's what it said in the files. Oh, see, that's a good one. Cassius Prime. After a while, money becomes boring. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the real jug. Ultimate high power. Yep. Ooh, and it's like, I mean, they're making snuff films and all that stuff, and I mean, I didn't know anything about that until 8mm. Is that what that one was? That talked about snuff films? Yeesh. I can't even get into that kind of stuff just to. I mean, not so. I can't even get into films even talking about that stuff. It's a little too EBGB for me.
Thinks that's far-fetched and then it's not provable. That's why they released it. So you could see the shit they do, but it's not actionable evidence in a court of law. So that way we can bicker about it like dim bulbs while they continue to do it. And they're going to do it worse now because all you pussies ain't going to do shit. And again, nobody has to kill nobody. You literally just got to stop participating. But
like Finkelstein.
Tell on people. Fucking tell on people. Stop consenting. Stop wearing a mask. Stop getting your booster. What are you doing? Stop joining the fucking military. Stop doing that. Oh. Stop doing all the things. Stop going to baseball and bat. Yo, the Super Bowl's been rigged probably the whole time.
If they stop, they'll meet little Men in Black. You're right. Yep. Mark. Ooh, man. Do you think that's what happened? Yeah. And they just came out with a movie too where, you know, they had like, oh, who was that? Because there's so many assassin movies that just came out a couple years ago, and that big guy off of the maybe Marvel movie or something. I don't know. But he was in an assassin movie and he got a little skinnier afterwards. But they're all, you know, the main person calling all the shots, or the main client, just texting everyone. They basically just get like a little email system like, oh, would you like to take this bounty? And then you get to select whether you want to go after this person. And I think that's what happened at Charlie Kirk's thing. I think that's why you saw that guy like all happy at Charlie Kirk's assassination, because I think there's multiple bounties out there, and it's really whoever gets it first. So I think that there's probably several people there trying to doom in, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. But old Kurt Metzger said to Joe Rogan that there's an app where they pay you $50,000 for bounties. Oh, there's another assassination movie. Yeah, another one coming out. Yeah, there's so many of them. So many of them now. But there was a lot like a few years ago. I'm like, what is happening? And usually, Hollywood they do the things in waves, because people start talking about a concept in a movie and shop around to all the different studios, then they'll like pass. Oh, that sounds like great, but we're gonna have to pass. And they're like, quick, let's do a movie about, So that a lot of the movies end up being the same, or they end up, being copied. But yeah, there's been so many. They're all assassins. Okay. Well, can we have some huggers? What about a movie about someone holding hands or giving a hug? Why does everything gotta be shooting and killing? And whatever happened to those little adventure movies where they lived out in those are islands too? Whoa, wait a second. What about those island movies that Disney used to always do? What's that one island movie where they all survived out on the island? They were building forts out there. But that was about an island too. There used to be a lot of movies, a lot of shows and movies about islands. Anything that's related to island, I immediately think it has something to do with pizza. But wow,
idiots. All right. So all that shit you heard about how it's all arranged, Travis Kelce because Travis Kelce likes black chicks, he don't like fucking. But they have an arranged marriage. Most of the sports, it's in that football movie that nobody liked, but that's how it works.
And the arranged marriage with Tom Cruise all the time, and Tom Cruise playing these roles like he walk around like he's an assassin.
Okay, most of them are monarch slaves. Most of the athletes. That's why these guys who don't seem as big as somebody else could do amazing things. Monarch's real. If somebody's talking about anything with this shit and they won't say the word monarch, you should suspect them if they know a lot. If they know a lot about it, but they don't say monarch, I'm very suspicious of them. Because you could be a QAnon fuck. Because some of them QAnon fucks try to text at me. I already know you're full of shit if you push QAnon.
Welcome to the chat.
Don't bother.
T-Maz.
I already know about General Flynn. What a sack of garbage he is. And I already know he's in the McChrystal network. And I know what a sack of shit McChrystal is. So I know when I see them show up on a stage, that's a Luciferian gathering, no matter what.
Now, you got, Kurt Metzger, you sing around him and he thinks that you're trying to harmonize with, old Satan himself, okay? So, let a man resonate occasionally, Metzger, okay? We like to create the fire within our souls. Okay, you flatline Metzger. The only hope that I see in you is that you are getting into some impressions, and he's beginning to resonate finally, as he does his. Okay. Making fun of a man's condition is not funny, just so you know. I'm not a fan of the Mishlove impersonation. Now, if you switch that up to be Harry Carey, then I think it'll be fun. Okay, but Mishlove, he's got some kind of condition, and you're making fun of a man's condition, so that's not funny. That's stupid bully shit. So I think we're past that, right? But now Kurt Metzger, he likes to bully and mock. Well, it's our time now, boy. What you doing with the horns, man? Get them horns off your head. Shit. But no, we appreciate the content, Metzger. You are on your generational run, okay? And putting a lot of stuff out there. But switch it up from Mishlove to Harry Carey, all right? If Kurt Metzger switches his impersonation when he's making fun of Jeffrey Mishlove, thank you, Wizard. If he switches that to Harry Carey, I will encourage the impersonation, and I hope that more will spring from it. But otherwise, you're making fun of a man's condition, and nothing funny about that. But he's trying to find his voice, you know. So we'll let it. It's one of his first impersonations I've seen, maybe ever. But he's doing he's a bit homesick for Kyle Dunnigan. And so whenever someone is homesick, they start resonating and start writing songs or make up impersonations. So he wishes he was back with Kyle Dunnigan, because Jimmy Dore is just a little too harsh. He won't put up with old Metzger's mania. But Kyle Dunnigan is just looking for some friends. He is, though, folks. He did that was out of his mouth. He is lonely and he's looking for a community. So make sure when he goes live, we like watching that source material, especially when it's live. Now that's beyond source material. That is live. Okay, that's what you guys are experiencing, and what we all are. So the live is a whole different thing. Now source material is then someone watching, that. But jump in those lives, and Kyle Dunnigan say, hey, because he needs to know that people want to hear some of those yos. You know what I'm saying? Yo. I like little Kyle Dunnigan, but I could do without the AI stuff. Although some of it was pretty funny. Some of that AI stuff was kind of funny. But I don't need to see AI boobs in my face. Okay, it's kind of disturbing, but here we are.
And I'm trying to tell this to people that know, I know people know all these people, so I don't know if I should run my mouth, but I don't care. And I'm telling you, that guy's no fucking good. Oh, then they killed Isaac Happy, 100%.
Yes.
Ooh.
Absolutely.
So that means the shit about Seth Green.
Oh, here we go. And Seth Green. Oh, man. Okay, we've been talking about Seth Green, folks. We've been talking about Seth Green. Not too much, though. Not too much. Don't get me. Okay. Oh, man. Talking Seth Green now, okay? Because, Olivia Wilde, or whatever his wife's name is, looking a little thin. Okay, that looks like she wants to disappear. So usually, you come up with some bad news. And Oh, we're gonna talk some of that. Oh man, here we go. See now, here's the thing: Kurt Metzger is in the files. Okay, Kurt Metzger announced that he is in the Epstein files. That is not a joke. He says though that he was not at the party when Epstein was there, but apparently he was at a party that Epstein was at, or it had something to do with a birthday party or something. I couldn't quite wrap my head around it. But he is now pushing over the House of Cards. He basically called out Tony Hinchcliffe for the murders of the Little Bird River stuff that's happening in Austin. I forgot what it's called. Is it Pretty Bird? No, Little Bird. I don't know. And also named I spent there was a period where I spent a lot of time making sure I never remembered David Lucas's name, okay, because I was just so disgusted by David Lucas. There's a huge ick factor with that person, and but he is always up by the river doing his little podcast, fishing, and could be being paid by old Tony to make sure nothing pops out of the water, according to Ben Avery, saying that things might become buoyant, so they need someone to be on the lookout. So they conveniently created a podcast where Dave Lucas is fishing off the edge of a walk path. Okay, it's not even a dock. It's literally the side of the walking path, and people have to walk around them because David Lucas never fished a day in his life, even though he tells everyone it comes with he came up with money and all that. Just look at how he said no man ever baited a hook like that. Now he probably fished a little bit, but what you doing by the banks? Now I always suspected that, and I got a couple more on my list. Okay, but Kurt Metzger said that David Lucas said that as a joke to him, but that Tony Hinchcliffe might be responsible.
Green,
And that means
Hanks,
the Tom
Spielberg.
Hanks shit. Yo,
Oh, the Tom Hanks. Oh, we got the Tom Hanks. We got the, oh my God. We got the Seth Green, the Tom Hanks. Oh man. Everyone's moving out of the country. Ellen moved out way before getting ahead of this. Okay. So she's, Justin Bieber is trying to look inside out. And a lot of crazy stuff. And I try to not really spend too much time with all that stuff. There's other people that are doing that a lot of that content already out there, so this is kind of to take a break from it, but every once in a while it'll just kind of leak into the content, but I'm usually never do it directly. But
a lot of times they said pizza. That should be the main story of the come out of the documents. Pizzagate's real. Now the
Yes.
QAnon, like your Bannon fucking phonies, are gonna push that because their particular fucked up gang is doing different evil shit, but the same kind of shit. They all do it. They all are doing this shit. They're all friends with Larry Ellison and all those fucking scum. They're all friends with them. Larry Ellison's a dark motherfucker, dude. What do you think he does on his island? Not
Mark,
his
who
own
is that
son.
again? Mark Helsing. Is that Vampire Slayer guy? That's a video game, right? Is that the one that's kind of a little bit mystical too? Let me look it up. Because I feel like a lot of shit's about it. I mean, we might be coming into World War III, folks, okay? We might. I mean, they're already trying to start a civil war for sure. But with all this stuff coming out, who knows what could happen next? What kind of pandemic could have happened next? Oh, jeez. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I mean, bring it over here. This is. Oop. This is gonna be the look for 2026. Yep. I'm going full Vampire Slayer. I've been preparing for years, folks. I've been preparing for years. Okay. I've been ready in the waiting. Okay. We're going at it. Okay. We're getting rid of them all. Get rid of them all. And maybe we'll help ICE out while we're at it. After we get a few of those folks, we'll mosey on over and help old ICE. Because we got to get them out. Get them out. We got to make America cheap again. Okay? You understand? We got to... If you want the price of the cost of living down, we got to bring the population down. Allegedly. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. But I could dig that. We got to go back and revisit all the vampire stuff now to see what they put in there, because now you just have to assume that the truth was hidden in plain sight. See how easy it is to derail my shows? Just one little thing, and I'll have the whole show centered around you. Just one little compliment, and I'll ask you to be my co-host. So watch out. No, I got a strong constitution when it comes to my show. I don't waver for no one. No, please. You guys make the show. Okay, you guys make the show happen. And Kurt Metzger's been bringing in the numbers, so it seems like that's what people are wanting to watch. So I'm giving a little bit more Kurt Metzger reacting content. Now, I tend to let them, like when you put out a piece like this, let it breathe for a couple of days. Okay, let the traffic, because I got quite a bit of traffic coming through here that wasn't really intended for me. Okay, these are These are not my numbers. Okay, these are all Kurt Metzger numbers. So I got to make sure that the main traffic goes to the source. Okay, because otherwise we won't have a source to watch. And then we come in a couple days later, and then they watch it. But when I saw Ben Avery coming on here too, and that's we just covered Ben Avery, and I saw Lemon Bar Radio throwing out a 20-minute clip that probably has something to do with the situation with Ben Avery's cancellation. We had to watch it. So, just so you guys know, I want to be respectful.
What about Daniel?
Whoa, watch out! I want to be respectful of people's content. Okay, and I say content just as a way to generalize, but it's so much more than just content. But here we are.
His freak son with no fucking eyebrows. I mean, come on. Oh, the one who, when Top Gun 2 came out, he's behind that, and that's why it's predictive programming for the bombing run, shot for shot in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were talking about Russia because they don't say who it is. No, it was Iran.
Makes sense.
There's some hobo out here yelling. Yo, dude, they got it. This is one of the worst run cities I think I've ever seen in my life. I mean, holy shit.
I mean, the amount of organ.
Wait, he can hear someone yelling outside of his door? Oh my God, imagine that. Imagine doing a podcast and then you hear someone yelling out the door on a regular basis. Like it's the dog barking. You're too close to the main street. Your front door is too close to the sidewalk, Kurt. You gotta kind of back that thing up. Where are you residing that you can hear a hobo walking? Okay, here we go. Mark's got that in the 13th Warrior, a guy said in the movie about the demons for centuries possessed the lands they traveled to, that they were fighting. Guy said they were just people. Oh, I think I just botched that. Sorry. Oh, they're saying that the demons were just people. And oh, 13th
Harvesting
Warrior?
you could do there, though. I mean, it's
They're doing it all over America. It's not the oh yeah, I heard the Chinese are harvesting organs. Yeah, it's been legal for them to, while you're alive, take your fucking organs. And you a lot of states, I think it's default, you're an organ donor.
Oh, the demons possess. Sorry, okay. I'll read these wrong. My words are all backwards. Okay. But said that the demons possess the land that they traveled to. There's
Used to be when I remember you would check it
a
off.
lot of dark arts out there.
So yeah, no, they're harvesting organs. They fucking here. Do you want to know the whole? Here, let me settle the adrenochrome thing real quick. For everybody,
here's some adrenochrome.
My friend here, he summed it up beautifully, and he's exactly right. And he's in hiding now. And this guy also is who told me about McChrystal. And one of the people told me about Flynn, but I got multiple people that I've heard about fucking Flynn and his little group. Remember Fort Huachuca? Fort Hoctua? That's an MK Ultra Center for going way back.
yeah, nothing's ever good as happened at a fort here. Fort Bragg.
Fort Bragg is, everybody doesn't get it. It's not a few people, assholes. Your whole thing. It's the whole thing. When I'm talking about occult and magic and shit, I'm not talking about Disney shit. I am talking about Disney shit, but
Sure.
I'm talking about I'm talking about I'm talking about the things you think are normal, like mass murdering some other country every few years because they said so. That's satanic sacrifice. What did you think it was? Fighting for freedom? I mean, at this point, if you believe that, you must be a dumb fuck, right? Or a cow or something. You must be like just beneath contempt.
Oh, we got a birthday
If you
shout out.
think that they're fighting for freedom. Now, I don't hold nothing against soldiers. I'd do any.
Welcome back,
I
Dice.
guess I'm probably
Dice
going to be
Gay.
asked to do
Well, I don't
USOs now,
know.
but I'll do them. I've done them before. I got all them coins. I save them when I do them because I feel bad for people that believed and they get their dicks blown off and then they watch Betrayers sit down with ISIS. I feel bad for them.
Yeah,
That's fucked up.
I mean, when you read about the Fort Bragg stuff from Seth Harp, I mean, these guys went over, they protected pedophile warlords, you know, and then they come back and they kill their wives and they
I
traffic
put it in
drugs
that
and
show
steal
I
money.
sold down here, The Cutout. I have a show called The Cutout about cutouts. It's like The Office. And I have shit about it's coming out pretty funny. I'm actually surprised, dude, how funny it's coming out. Okay, I just texted you, Ben. Now this thing I'm gonna play now.
Not even letting Ben talk. Ooh, he's letting Ben know his place. Okay, he talked over Ben and then just didn't let him finish.
Down here, The Cutout. I have a show called The Cutout about believed and they get their dicks blown off and then they watch Betrayers sit down with ISIS. I feel bad for them.
Yeah,
That's fucked up.
I mean, when you read about the Fort Bragg stuff from Seth Harp, I mean, these guys went over, they protected pedophile warlords, you know, and then they come back and they kill their wives and they
I
traffic
put it in
drugs
that
and
show
steal
I
money.
sold down here, The Cutout. I have a show called The Cutout about cutouts. It's like The Office. And I have
What does that have to? Did he say something about cutouts or something? Why did he even say that? Hold on.
And then they come back and they kill their wives and they
I
traffic
put it in
drugs
that
and
show
steal
I
money.
sold down here, The Cutout. I have a show called The Cutout about cutouts.
What?
It's like The Office. And I have shit about it's coming out pretty funny. I'm actually surprised, dude, how funny it's coming out. Okay, I just texted you, Ben. Now this thing I'm gonna play now, and I might have played.
Is he playing cover for Fort Bragg? What was he trying to say there? Why did he cut him up? No, he could have just been fixated on Kurt Metzger could have just been fixated on getting him that file and sending it to him. But
You know, and then they come back and they kill their wives and they
I
traffic
put it in
drugs
that
and
show
steal
I
money.
sold down here, The Cutout. I have a show called The Cutout about cutouts. It's like The Office. And I have shit about
oh, it's Jeff Dye's birthday? Never thought I'd utter that sentence. Oh, the demons were people in suits. Okay.
it's coming out pretty funny. I'm actually surprised, dude, how funny it's coming out. Okay, I just texted you, Ben. Now this thing I'm gonna play now, and I might have played it before. I don't know, but
demon suits like who's that MIT guy who's as tall as Rogan wearing that suit constantly? Oh, what's his name?
This thing that Ben will play actually because I don't know how to do it.
Oh, you want me to play it? Yeah, let me move it.
Okay,
to
this is more info than all of the 3 million Epstein files right here.
Oh, and you don't want me to play this video? You want it to be anonymous audio?
No, I want you to play the video on your thing.
Okay,
Because I don't know how to do it, so I make the guests do it. That's how we do it here on at Kirpanon.
Okay, give me a second.
Yeah, and this
Oh
will
my
explain
God.
because people ask about adrenochrome and shit now.
Wait a second. We're going to have to watch it through that screen? Are you kidding me? Now, imagine if you're watching this show right now, and then in order for me to interact with the medium of which I'm broadcasting and conducting my show, I have to Oh, man.
That's the lowest level shit, dude. Don't even worry about adrenochrome. That's for chumps. They use every part of you.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's take a pause here and let's check the chat here. This is a chat check. Now I'm liking this. I'm liking where this is going with the whole suit thing. Okay, because Mark here is saying that because you're saying in the 13th Warrior movie that these people were dressed in suits and they're dressed in scary demon suits and they're all high on hallucinogens, giving them unnatural strength. Okay. Now, that's always like, doesn't that kind of give you that feeling when you've seen those what's that movie, that kids movie, and another a remake came out recently, well, not too recently, but Where the Monsters Lie? Is that it? Where that kid, and it has those big monsters that look like big stuffed animals, and it looks kind of whimsical and kind of fairy tale and kind of, molesty. They got big these scary suits. It could be people, but yeah. Maybe not. But the other one was Scarecrow and Batman. And wearing that mask. And I wonder, because again too, I'll go really deep with some of this stuff here. Go off the rails a bit. Conspiracy. But imagine if old Christopher Nolan because he's got his list of people that he'll put in his shows and his movies. What if they got to do something? What if they got to do something crazy? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
But you got how many cameras you got set up?
Sorry, Kurt, what'd you say?
How many cameras you got set up? That's nice. You switch around like that?
Yeah, he's like, because do you got another camera that shows it so that we can see it? How many you got? Because Jamie Kennedy's got 3. Andy Dick needed to find out because he was scoping the place out to see if he can sell anything on the streets.
That too, yeah. I got a little switcher here. Nice.
Well, that's nice. That's a real studio you got.
Yeah, not bad, huh? Okay, here we go. This is the
This is Nathan explaining, who's from the Reynolds family, and dude, I'll just play it. Make it here.
Is he in hiding?
Currently, yes. I can't reach him. Everybody else tells me you can't reach him. I don't hear shit.
Can you hear that when I play it? No? Okay, let me hey Mark, are you present? How do I make that play?
Because Mark's got a shitty connection. That's why I was skipping. That's why I don't want to fucking have Mark do it. But
no,
maybe I
could play.
Kurt Metzger doesn't want to bother Mark. He doesn't want to. Why? Because you don't pay him? Because only Sam Tripoli pays him when Mark does some booking for him?
Link. It was just the video file that was skipping. Kurt.
Oh, that was a.
Oh, is it the file? Okay, fair enough. All right. So do you have it, Mark? Do I gotta give it to you then?
Yeah, send me the link in StreamYard if you can, or text it to me, and I'll play it.
All right, I'm texting it to you, and then I'll look at some comments while I do that because there's probably a lot of dead air. Okay, I just sent it. Let's see.
Oh yeah, and Clockwork
made a
Orange
secret
too.
agent,
Yep,
a derp to infiltrate multiple.
exactly.
Join the religion and AI priesthood. Oh yeah, multiple. I already knew about this. I was talking about it on the show.
Yeah, and so Clockwork Orange makes a whole lot more sense now. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, all of Kubrick's stuff, right?
My buddy who's into AI, they made a thing called they had two AIs argue on a Discord. These guys that sold their shit to Andreessen for like $70 million, and what they're like write a viral Christmas album and market it, and they made a Goatsy Christmas based on, I don't know, the guy with the gaped asshole meme. It's actually kind of a funny album, and them arguing is what made them come up with better stuff. Okay, man, Jamiroquai hit the wall. Oh, is this a Jamiroquai hat? I thought it was a shaman. Well, he was a shaman. He's a qualified shaman. Everybody hits the wall, buddy. Everybody. I was a repo trader at Bear Stearns 940 2008. Epstein ran liquid funding to a Bear hedge fund. Bear was bailed out to cover Epstein money funnel. Did he only go to jail, by the way, to cover that up too? Because that's what he says to Bannon in the fluff piece Bannon did. That's a very interesting piece of information. Thank you. Kurt, I sent super chat to the live thing. You finally found the person you're yelling at. Also, I was really, Joe, I really like how you handled him. I can't stand this stupid talk. Boy, really never heard of tragedy and hope. Fuck, I never heard of it either. My rabbi, Richard Groves.
Okay, so he's going through all of his chats here. Now, he's going through them pretty early, okay? Usually, he waits until the end. And then, on the last one, he kind of started it. On his last interview, I think, with Gary, I think he started even earlier than, not as early as this, but he started earlier than usual too. So he's trying to mix it up a bit. But old Ben Avery setup's not good enough for Kurt Metzger, so he's going to read some super chats. But thank you for the likes and the subscribers. Oh my goodness, you guys are subscribing to me. You have a little bit of hope in the old tank here. I appreciate it, because here at Clip Virgin we'll take a look at these clips and dive in deep and study the psyche through satirical analysis. We get some comedy gold occasionally, and we're just kind of floating down the river, and sifting through, and we're like, "Whoa, look at that!" So there's other channels out there that are doing all the headline stuff and giving it to you fast and good, and we're just chill. So we're after you've read all that or watched all that stuff, you're caught up with everything, and you just kind of want to take a slow burn and just kind of relax a bit, and we try to look at things through a different lens, a different lens. But thank you so much for the likes, and we're on most evenings, a few hours here and there, and I had a couple big ones, put some time. I forgot to hit stop. No, we did a couple of 8-hour ones, folks. A couple of 8 hours in a row, or pretty close together. I can't remember. And just spending time with these clips that we never get to. But we'll get there. No, we like to dissect and have fun.
Send it to me. Grand Theft World podcast.
I do agree with you, Kurt, that I didn't know the Epstein was that high up, though. I thought it was more like a Craig Spence thing, but like the Mossad version.
No, where the Epstein family is a very important family name. It's not a nobody name. So that's the big, and the girl, by the way, you saw the Baal bank account that he had?
Yeah.
You saw that? Well, you seen a chick that says she's his niece, and she says they all worship Baal, and that was the first time I heard anybody saying that.
So what I'm trying to understand too, apparently the software that's going in and extracting the deleted emails might have missed some letters and commas, and they're saying that's not real, and it clearly is supposed to say bank instead of ball there. But I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works. That's
No,
why there's like missing.
It's a Baal account. Look, that temple, the Phoenician temple, Baal just means master. They worship master. Hold on, Jimmy's trying. Maybe Jimmy's got some info.
You know, I mean, Craig Spence, another guy, killed himself in 1989, and you know, it was revealed he was throwing parties for Roy Cohn, and you know, he was having the big parties, the big swinger parties with all the little boys and stuff, and you know, these people just always need a dealer. They need a dealer the way you know you might for, you know, if you want to get a ball or something like that.
Like Andy Dick. Okay, that's what Andy Dick was saying with his association with the death of Phil Hartman, and with Phil Hartman and Chris Farley. I didn't know that he was associated with the Chris Farley thing. You know, old David Spade. What you know about Andy Dick? Because Andy Dick had to kind of say, hey, you know, I hadn't seen these people in months after when they died. And Jamie Kennedy said, yeah, but you saw them right before they died. So there's some interesting stuff out there. Interesting stuff with Andy Dick, apparently. Allegedly. And according to Jamie, okay? Jamie Kennedy, that is.
These guys are always in and out of the White House. They're always around important people. Just a guy who can find you the. I mean, Sacha Baron Cohen he even revealed that ring in Vegas on accident.
What ring?
Did you see that he turned it into the FBI?
Okay, yeah, I called him. I called Dan immediately about that. So just that was not that guy.
There you go.
Was
Thank you,
playing
Mark.
along and was scared, and he was like, "I don't know, these guys are doing something bad. I didn't know what to do." So no, that guy didn't. It was not a ring he uncovered. That did not happen. It got reported at first as that. I hit up Dan about it. We were doing pranks on like Intel pranks, and some people are going to do the right thing and they're going to try to call the police. And that guy called the police.
Oh, so okay, so because he was talking about getting him a boy, and he doesn't know anyone that can get rid
Freaked
of the
that
boy.
guy the fuck out, and he went to the FBI.
Okay, the media didn't cover it that way.
I know. I know, but that's they did eventually. It's just you know they only got to cover it the wrong way one time.
Got it. Okay, that's good to know.
Okay, let's play Nathan. This is more information in one
Pushing for
clip
23.
Okay, so go back all the way to the beginning. Oh, you can take
Oh, thank you for the love, folks. Oh, thank
I
you.
I seem like an expert, but I can't actually read Hebrew.
I appreciate that. Give it a go. Woo. I get it popping.
Okay.
That gets me. Oh man, look at the marks.
But there's
oh my gosh, look
so
at
much
them
of
go.
the agenda for pushing for 23andMe and people to do their ancestry.com
Oh
and all of that is to track and
Woo.
identify better meat sources, better blood sources for these families.
Oh man, it just keeps going.
You get different effects from children that come from these different deities. You get different effects when you drink their blood. You get a different effect.
We got a deity. We heard deity. That's a deity, folks. You know it. If you know it, sing it along. Quetzalcoatl lives in Colorado. Mesoamerican Aztec culture deity. Quetzalcoatl lives in Colorado. Mesoamerican Aztec culture deity. Oh, you didn't see it. Quetzalcoatl lives in Colorado. So we got a deity mention.
When you eat their, and That's what plasma-based medications are. People, every single person that
Oh,
in this, I almost guarantee you've engaged in cannibalism without your understanding of it, and you're completely ignorant of it by your own lack of time, taking the diligent time to study it out. But study what plasma-based medication.
oh, see, okay, Mark, that's a good point. They do all worship dragons. Now, now all dragons were, now I don't know dragon lore. Now there was that, King of Thrones or whatever movie, and then there's an egg at the end, and the old lady, the white hair, got her dragons and flew away. Whatever. Okay. But what if dragons don't start evolving until humanity gets that technology to create something like that, which is then usually ushered from these kind of rituals, and maybe they even did that. They portrayed something like that in that throne show, the Game of Thrones. Like how I think there was kind of something special about how the dragon egg came about. But what if, because they're obsessed with worshiping dragons, what if that is something where it and the pyramids, come on now. I'll be careful what you put in the comments. I'll be connecting all them dots. I'm like, maybe they created dragons in the pyramids. Maybe that's what they're for, to make dragons. But yeah, interesting. But even the Chinese calendar has got dragons on it, and so what if it's that time of human evolution where they always go in that route? That's wild. Or maybe that was just in the past, and maybe dragons did exist and they all died out. I am the last one. And we'll kind of develop our own fire god.
Are 80% of all the blood bank donations that are in the United States are going to be made into pharmaceutical drugs to literally function for people. Let
me back it up. I talked over the plasma talk. Now I like to get a little plasma talk. Now Ben Avery, I would say he's doing pretty good for not being able to be talking. Like, usually when I do Kurt Metzger material, I'm in there like, whoo, oh, what is he going to say? And I'm not really activating my mind too much, okay? As I do with more like when we watch interviews and we get to see two people talking to each other. But Ben Avery hasn't been able to speak a minute, okay? And I'd say he's doing pretty good. I would be zonked out. I need to be talking. And for whatever reason, Kurt Metzger's not letting him. He's really trying to kind of take the reins a bit. And he doesn't really act like this with his other guests. So this is why I feel like with Ben Avery on, it's more, just a way for him to kind of do cover a bit, kind of say his talking points that he needs based on the news that came out that he was in the Epstein files. Okay, there was news that Kurt Metzger was in the Epstein files, and now he won't let Ben Avery talk. Let the man talk. Okay, he's got to get some energy. That's why he sucks down those sodas, trying to get the energy that our bodies naturally give us when we just use them. Okay, you just got to use your body, and all of a sudden you get the thing that it is that you're seeking. So use your body, and all of a sudden you get happy, or you get energy, or you get motivated. But everyone wants to sit down and eat. A bunch of consumers. Okay, we're not consumers. We are creators, resonators. And all the stuff they're doing is just slowing their mind down, slowing their body down. They could be so much sharper. Okay, these guys are much sharper than I am. Well, they're much smarter than I am. But I'm a double-edged blade, so you better watch it. And they could be so much more if they just ate a little bit better, stop drinking calories. But to each his own, okay? So, and the stuff that I say about these people, I don't apply the same standard to my listeners, okay? So, you guys can do no wrong, okay? Not that these people are doing wrong, but they're doing everything wrong. Watch out, okay? Let Ben Avery talk. So, here we are.
And that's what plasma-based medications are. People, every single week for these,
Okay.
but there's so much of the agenda for pushing for 23andMe and people to do their ancestry.com and all of that is to track and identify better meat sources, better blood sources for these families.
Whoa! Come on. No way. No way. Man, how many of you guys did it? How many of you guys did it? They're going to come after you. They're going to want that little AB positive or whatever it is, okay? They need some of that rare raw blood. They can take that information and then be like, I was wanting some pure blood.
Much of the agenda for pushing for 23andMe and people to do their ancestry.com and all of that is to track and identify better meat sources, better blood sources for these families.
Woo-hoo!
And you get different effects from children that come from these different deities. You get different effects when you drink their blood. You get a different effect when you eat their, and that's what plasma-based medications are. People, every single person that in this, I almost guarantee you've engaged in cannibalism without your understanding of it, and you're completely ignorant of it by your own lack of time, taking the diligent time to study it out. But study what plasma-based medications are. 80% of all the blood bank donations that are in the United States are going to be made into pharmaceutical drugs to literally function for people. That process of cannibalization, it needs a supply chain. You need supply chains for that. And much of where the family was procuring, like the cult of the dragon was obsessed with children that came from Incan descendants and Peruvian descendants. And so there was a huge amount of trafficking that was coming up from Central and South America, where they were bringing them up through Nogales and then up into Tucson, into Phoenix, and over to Lake Havasu and Las Vegas and Los Angeles. And it was a feeder network. Lake Havasu was a processing facility where they would do behavior modification, mind control rituals on children that were part of the families that needed to go through the conditioning, and then they were using that blood for a like a silver or a gold level, like literally gold vials, silver vials, copper vials of these different oils and extracts that they would make from these. People call it adrenochrome now. There's a lot more contained therein than just adrenochrome. There's thousands of hormones that are produced by the body during times of love and pleasure and pain and suffering and fear. All of these create different compounds. But the feeder class was often these children that were descendants of the ruling class, maybe even just a little bit from the Mayans. But ultimately, this is the god of the plumed serpent. This is what America was named after. This is America. It's the land of the plumed serpent, and that deity is what my family is in covenant with to try to raise up and establish his kingdom on the earth. This is what he wants, and it's the same priest class that taught and initiated them onto how to summon the plumed serpent. This is
Wow.
Oh, that's the end. Yep. So that's America's named after the plumed serpent. The Mormons Moronize the Prince of America, and
Which the rise of the plumed serpent would be the dragon.
plumed serpent is above him. That's the thing the Aztecs worshipped, and the other, Quetzalcoatl's supposed to be like a good guy or something.
Yeah.
There's all these dumb names, but if you look at what all of them were doing with sacrifice.
You say it? I heard him. Quetzalcoatl lives in Colorado, Mesoamerican Aztec culture deity. That is Quetzalcoatl lives in Colorado, Mesoamerican Aztec culture deity. That's the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl. Now I'm more of a Shiva, okay? I need to get me a Shiva up in here. I need something looking finesse but dangerous. I can't do too much of the Aztec stuff. I'll go Egyptian. I like a little bit of that Egyptian stuff, but this Aztec is too cartoony. Okay? Shouldn't have primary colors in my deities. Okay, I need something golden. But you got a bunch of blue and greens and orange and red. So Quetzalcoatl.
Human sacrifice. It's what Hillary Clinton does, and it's what this fuck does. And it's what this fuck probably does. It's what they all fucking do because they're a different species than you, and they want to establish that by eating you and using your parts and all that shit. Yeah, no, it's that bad, everyone. So now when you hear about the spacemen and the aliens, and I bring this up to everybody who talks about all the UFOs and all the whatevers, okay? You better figure that shit into where's that fit? Anybody? Where does like weird snake worship fit involving cannibalism? Did the aliens say anything about it when they came from space to see how Earth is doing? Did the spacemen say? I think I'm like filled with a lot of bitterness, Ben.
I know, and you look. Half of our problem really is Arizona, and I don't know why it's Havasu.
It's the veil's thinner, and that's where you get a lot of fucking crazy occult shit. Satanism's kind of like a rubric, you throw it out as a thing, and other people told me like the real high up shit. There's like necromancers living under Precambrian mountains and shit, doing stuff you can't fucking imagine that you didn't even in a million years. You could make a movie out of it or something, and like they don't name. They'll take on old timey cult names to fuck with the lower levels. The lower levels might think they're in whatever Illuminati. I bet a lot of black acts think they're in the Illuminati, and they're not. They're in some chump thing that they gave people, just like Diddy. I saw somebody, one of Bob Marley's like illegitimate kids, He's like he left a lot of sperm around, I guess. And but she's talking about how Diddy was told it was used as a living altar.
Really?
Yeah, his mom. I mean, in the documentary, unless you weren't paying close attention, they definitely inferred it. Clearly, he
Wow.
had gay tendencies, and his mom tried to make him not be gay by fucking him. That's clearly what was being intimated there. If it went over your head, and I don't know, go rewatch it, and you'll see that they're suggesting it highly.
I didn't see
A
it.
living altar. She had pimps and all these disgusting gang members, and a lot of Caribbean, a lot of magic shit, and a lot of black boule motherfuckers. You know how Jay-Z and Beyonce fled the country? Boule, those motherfuckers. And they used him as a living altar. And I mean, I don't know if I need to be explicit, but yeah, they did shit on him. I'm sure that's part of it.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
probably the best part was just being shit on, I would imagine. That was probably the more positive part of his childhood.
Yeah.
Okay. And so they're trying, they do like soul inversion rituals, because if you're going to be successful in this world, you better be able to be prepared to get shit on at an orgy and then eat some.
but that's why I'm saying it's Satanism, because you're calling it soul inversion. Like, it has to be the inversion of the thing that's actually.
Well, adversaryism, sure, they hate you. They're your adversary. Satan's a position. It's not a guy's name. It's a position. The adversary. Okay, the antagonist.
Yeah.
Okay, so it basically means that, like, I'm against. So all these people that are humanists are actually, they hate humans.
Yeah, Peter
I hate
Thiel
that.
says that in the Epstein files. He says,
What?
here, I'll pull it up. I'm
Yeah,
going to
let's pull it
quote him
up.
exactly.
Look at these Derpstien files real quick.
Yeah, because we're doing the Derpstien files here with Quirp.
It was
Now
mostly me
let Ben
complaining about
talk.
that
Let Ben
podcast
talk.
Lev had through that I was on. I didn't say it was Epstein. I said it was Derpstien file.
Let me find it. 1 second.
This tiger stripe jacket's too warm, Ben.
Too warm.
I need a ponytail for my hat.
Oh, by the way, there's a lot of false memory syndrome foundation stuff in the files too. We can get to that later.
Well, the False Memory Syndrome Foundation was founded by Satanists. The
Correct.
Temple of Satan.
Correct.
So, false memory syndrome is a made-up thing from the government to
Correct.
cover up that they were splitting and repressing.
They're just people. Yeah, Emperor wears no clothes. You gotta remember, they're fallible.
memories
Martin,
and kids.
McMartin, Presidio.
Yeah,
you know.
McMartin Preschool, they were guilty. They did have tunnels under there.
I don't know if
They
I'm
did.
using
Those were the
that
blueprints.
that word right.
Ted
People just
Gunderson
say-
did a
It
whole
seemed
thing
like
on
a-
it. He found tunnels. There was pentagrams under there. There's like a plate with a pentagram on it or something weird.
Ugh.
Yeah, no, that was all real, and they covered it up because
And what's crazy too is that artwork too is always so sick. Okay, all that artwork where it's just, it's probably at the height of their rush, just after them torturing someone. They probably drew this as their mind was halfway gone. Some of the stuff that these people are making must be what they made while on, at least adrenochrome, if not after having tortured someone and just kind of gone crazy, and then they gotta paint just to reorientate themselves in the third dimensional world. Because imagine, well, don't imagine this, but you carry out something like that, I would think your mind has to go somewhere in order for there to be any bit of self-preservation for yourself. So you gotta split the mind. And we couldn't imagine what kind of trance that would put someone in. And then they're perfectly primed for MK Ultra to go in there and pop in their little priming triggers and tell you a couple of phrases that make you carry out crazy things.
His family, his great something, put the new torch in the Statue of Liberty or something in 19 or whatever. He's from a real Illuminati bloodline, according to the Fritz Springmeier books. Which, by the way, are good books, hard to get.
This is from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thiel. It says this was June
Can you put it up or no?
2016. Can I?
This would be the name of the show. Can you put it up?
Let me see if I can. Hold on.
No, Kurt, it's just called Learn EV Mux. Okay? Just learn how to click and drag and then add source to the, yeah. Now, they got the round corners, so that lets you know that it's either StreamYard or EV Mux. I don't know, because I'm sharp as they come, okay? I'm all pokey because I'm OBS, okay? And I'm loving it. Oh, love me some OBS. And thank you for the love. Thank you for showing some love, folks. Thank you. That helps a small channel. Okay, you guys are putting me in some of the 1K numbers, okay? I got a 1K-er on an 8-hour stream, folks, okay? Now, granted, they might have thought that I might have been interviewing Kurt Metzger the way I got so many views, okay? I'm not interviewing him, folks. I'm just watching and reacting. So let me know if I need to change the thumbnail so you guys don't think that. That's just something that AI made me, okay? AI gave me body dysmorphia, the way that it made my fingers and ears look all like goofy. Okay, I got sharper lines than what AI thought was required. Okay, so I'm gonna let you all think that I look that like that. Okay, just so you know, I don't look like that's an AI image, folks. Okay, and I'm not interviewing Kurt Metzger. So sorry if you guys thought that. Okay, but thank you for the numbers. Woo wee. Okay, and no, I am broadcasting live, and I am broadcasting late. We are, a long form podcast, and we like to fall asleep to this. Okay, so allow me to be the backdrop for your dreamscape for a moment, and I'll make sure not to have things too loud to jolt you out of things, okay? Because in the meantime, we might be able to, expand the horizon out there, and so thank you for allowing me to be part of that. So these long ones, they're meant just to kind of play in the background, and I'll paint the picture for you, so you don't need to be looking every time if you don't want to. So for those listeners, I'll go Picasso on you, so that you'll know what's happening if you just want to listen. But old Kurt Metzger here with Ben Avery. Did I just? Oh my gosh! I got the forward button right next to the play button. I gotta back it up. 1 second, folks.
The bloodline, according to the Fritz Springmeier books. Which, by the way, are good books, hard to get.
This is from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thiel. It says this was June 2016. Can I?
Thank you for showing love. Appreciate that, folks. Appreciate that.
This would be the name of the show. Can you put it up?
Let me see if I can. Hold on. Let me figure out how to present. Share screen.
Corp drop today.
Share screen. Okay, hold on. Allow. Let's see here. I got a lot of stuff pulled up. Hold on.
Right.
Let me pull
Let me
back.
read the rest of these comments.
I got it.
Oh,
I got it.
This sounds like my show.
Is this it? Wait, fuck.
I felt like I did this at least twice. I'm like, okay, let me see. Pull it up. Bear with me here, folks. Whoo, I'm nearly there. Ben. Watch out. Okay. I just started, folks, and you guys are giving me the confidence of a king that I could be conducting the same little phrases that Ben Avery just did. Okay, I'm kind of like, let me see. But here we are. Oh, man. Okay, we got a snow report. Yes, exactly. Okay, that's some fake ass shit right there. All right. Now, we all know that snow ain't real, right? Right. So, that's, it's not a snowflake. That's a snow fake. And we've been knowing that for a while. Okay. That's straight up some weird stuff. And when it does melt, it's weird, but it can barely melt, and it compresses odd, and it has a different texture, and you ain't fooling us, gate. And so it got a report that the snow was melting in Texas, looking like foam or something horrid. Ooh, man. I mean, remember New York went pink, and it just happened to be when Barbie and Oppenheimer were doing joint campaigns. Like, what happened? Why was New York pink? Can somebody tell me? And why is the snow melting all oddly? Why does it seem a bit unnatural? Why aren't the skies blue any longer? And they only are when it's after it's really, really windy, or right after the pandemic hit and no one was flying. Do you remember those skies during the pandemic? Those were like some country blue skies. Like back in the day, country. I had never seen the skies so clear when they grounded all the airplanes during the pandemic and all the cars. Imagine all the dust that cars kick up and all that. The skies were so clear. It was so nice. The way it should be. Cars are ruining it for all of us. We gotta go back to horses. Okay? We gotta connect with the beast and wield its power. That's some alchemy shit. A cowboy. I mean, you're on that horse, but you become one. No wonder there's all those centaur kind of images out there, because unless they did some kind of crazy cloning thing, and now that these Epstein files are dropping, maybe centaurs were real. Am I saying the right word? The man horse? But this connection to an animal and harnessing its ability to enhance your own ability. That's some of that same stuff that Mark was talking about, where it's like it gives you a supernatural ability. So we need to hop on some horses and feel alive again. Um, oh man, now Mark is hitting him out of the park with a, oh my God, Mark out of the park here. Now you are saying another one of the ones I love to talk about. Okay. Now, are you saying, do you mean to tell me with you saying that even though your app tells you one thing on the thermostat or for the temperature, it feels like it's much colder, as in they might be um not giving you the right temperature on purpose? Or oh yeah, it's way colder than the lie they say. Yes, exactly. Oh, so your own thermostat set reads way colder than what they're telling you. Oh man, okay. So now I had mentioned this a few streams ago, probably more, where there was this recent purchase, or not purchase, but a recent uh new person who's in charge of uh the National Weather Service, and it has to do with someone who is also like, he's either related um to somebody who is really deep into tech as well. And I thought it was maybe Apple or something. I don't know. Um, oh, okay. I Well, yeah. It might not have been the National Weather Service, um, but that's funny because uh, yeah, right. Like they never said it was going to rain when it didn't. But yeah. So they there's a lot of ideas too, where then they, since they're in control of the way to tell you the temperature, then they can kind of make it look like it's a bit warmer than it is, or maybe more severe than it actually is. Um, but the storms have been way more severe, and it has everything to do with like cloud seeding. So they make it more volatile, create more chaos. Same thing with these snowstorms. That Russian snowstorm, massive one. I don't even know how many feet, like 30 feet or something, like something insane, like 10 feet. I don't. So that's all manufactured weather. Kurt Metzger's looking a little Joker. His white beard is giving him the white Joker face, and even that's kind of, it's looking a little Joker. But who was at the Grammys? The black guy in the red suit wearing white face. And a Joker face. Okay, well, the Epstein files just came out, and Epstein was in a Joker face. So now I think that's associated with everything. Or that it's associated with that.
I don't think that's it.
Thanks.
Wait,
Jeff.
got it.
Oh,
He said
Okay,
he
can you
just
see
released
this?
it.
yes. I mean, it's not really a good. I'm just yapping. It's not really,
Says so from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thiel. And by the way, none of this can be, this is a guy who pled guilty to securing a minor for soliciting a minor for prostitution in 2008,
Mhm.
2009. Bill Gates, everybody that's saying, "Oh, we didn't," they're completely full of shit.
Peter Thiel, Templar, by the way, a Templar, supposedly. That's what he's esoteric Christian. That's why he gives those revelation talks that don't make any fucking sense. Because
Mhm.
a Templar, they're serpent worship. The Templars are not good. They were never good. If you see that Timothy Hogan guy go around,
No.
he's on all the podcasts. I've never met him. Maybe he's a nice guy if you meet him. If you think that guy's a grandmaster of the Templars and didn't engage in this kind of shit, you're out of your fucking mind. If he is who he says he is. If he's not, then I don't know.
It says from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thiel, 2016, return to tribalism, counter to globalization, amazing new alliances. You and I both agreed zero interest rates were too high. And as I said in your office, finding things on their way to collapse was much easier than finding the next bargain.
Yeah, this was all in Ayn Rand. This is all in that fucking Atlas Shrugged books where John Galt, aka
Thank you,
Edmund de
yes.
Rothschild, who that bitch dated, that stupid bitch.
I think a lot of people finally realizing this. Okay, a lot of the stuff that's in her books is coming true. Well, not a lot, but in that story it is. Even the breakaway cities or breakaway civilization. Did you guys see Kendrick Lamar? Did you guys see Kendrick Lamar at the Grammys? And they did the whole thing with him? What? You think that's Kendrick? Shit. No, he's long gone. He's in the breakaway society. Just like Ayn Rand's book. They're moving on and wanting to see the whole place burn to the ground. But that was not Kendrick Lamar at the Grammys. I don't know who that was. Okay. But that is not his hairline, and that is not his eyes. And it's so much not his eyes that he's always got to be in this perpetual grin and appreciation kind of smile of like, oh, this is so crazy. Thanks. That to make it look more like Kendrick Lamar. Because when the individual who is dressed up like Kendrick Lamar that was at the Grammys doesn't smile, you can see how big his eyes are, and they show more white at the bottom of his iris than what's her face that's talking about stolen land. And so you can't tell me that was Kendrick Lamar. Okay, that was not Kendrick Lamar. That was a lookalike. That was someone wearing a mask. That was not Kendrick Lamar, and I would go as far to say that the Super Bowl show was also not Kendrick Lamar.
Ayn Rand that people think is good, but she's a piece of shit Illuminati who dated a fucking Rothschild. And in that fucking book, the oligarchs go to an island called Atlantis, right? And they blow up the infrastructure, and
Oh,
the
yeah, here
wings
you go.
fall off the planes, and the things that are happening now.
No, but that's the thing. They right, but it all goes to shit because of all the regulations are in place and businesses being forced to do what the government wants and not. Yeah. So it's all happening. It's all happening, and so they all got fed up of being controlled and not being able to create and enterprise, and these are industrial people, industrious. No, not industrial. Yeah, industrialists. I'm far from that. Okay, but they're buying up mines. Okay, making alloys and stuff. And I'm just scrolling through the internet. But all the book is about all these the creators and all the intelligent people were fed up with being told how to create and how to make things and who to make it for. They were forced to make it for certain people, and so they're like, man, we're just gonna live on our own island. And they had a camouflage technology that allowed it so you couldn't really see it from an airplane. And all of a sudden, it's in a bunch of movies. It's like in every Marvel movie, I see them doing that same thing. I'm like, that's Avery. But yeah, they're gonna just watch. They left because they had that power weapon too, that old laser gun that was being developed that was able to burn that house. Okay. But wouldn't that be nice if you just be left to make things and create with all these copyright strikes? It's not like the money goes to the artist. Okay. I'd rather pay the artist.
They're doing it now. So that's what that's about. They're all on the same side. Yeah, no, they kill each other and they poison each other and they do Game of Thrones shit, but you're something for them to eat or sexually assault and throw away or use as a toy soldier.
I just said
in
Game
a
of
war
Thrones.
that makes them rich. People hate when I bring this up, by the way, on stage. I don't understand. They all shut down when I say this. We haven't won a war in 80 years.
Yeah, that's right.
How do you have a military industrial complex and then never win a war ever the fuck again?
We've
How
never
does that
installed a
happen?
democracy anywhere. As soon as we leave, it goes back to whatever they were, doing. From Vietnam to Afghanistan, name it. It's all fake. And I think in these Epstein,
Wait, RA texted me from
Wow, man, he is big dogging Ben Avery. Wow, and Ben, because I'm listening to Ben, I'm like, hey, okay, good job, Ben. Like you got a point of view, you got a perspective and a point of view, and you're kind of saying it. And every single time that Ben gets warmed up, Metzger shuts him down every single time. Now, what's going on here? Because I want to hear a little bit from Ben. your guest. You allow some of the craziest people to talk. Any other time, what's happening? And look at Ben. He's like, but he's still like, okay. But I think he knows why. So he's good with it. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for hanging out. Uh, but oh man, I can't believe that um he keeps shutting down Ben. Now, is it because Ben doesn't have the numbers that, or ooh, wait, maybe that might have something to do with Tim Dillon a little bit or something. Maybe, hmm, not sure. Let's see, because Ben was like, okay, he hasn't warmed up yet. Okay, he hasn't been able to really talk, and so he's doing his best to not be bored, Ben, and that's difficult to do when you're not engaging, you know. So you have to give him a little bit of leniency if he's maybe not, 100% on, but he's doing pretty good. I mean, I wouldn't say he's doing bad at all. But you can tell it's just not warmed up. And way better than I could ever do. He's talking about history and stuff. Okay, I just react. And he keeps getting shut down. So now, and he doesn't, Mesker doesn't do this with anyone else. So, this is interesting. I wonder if because it kind of feels like a little bit like maybe because Ben doesn't have big numbers or something, but it could be because he was in the files, like he was in, so he's just kind of using Ben as a springboard. Interesting. Well, let's
He
take a
came on
look
with
at.
Gary Wade, and he goes, Timothy Hogan drinks AIDS for breakfast.
Thank you for showing the
That is
love.
exactly what I was getting at, dude.
Thank you
Treats
so much.
AIDS
Thank
for
you.
He's
breakfast.
got these bags under his eyes that where I'm like, this guy chain smokes because he goes, I've been in the order since I was 8. So do I got to draw you a picture what the fuck that means? I don't think I do. Will you put it back on that thing, Ben? I'm sorry, I got interrupted by RA.
Oh, you want me to share? By the way, look at this.
No, you got it interrupted by who? You yourself. What are you talking about? You interrupted Ben.
breakfast of
Whatever they were, we've
How's
never.
that
All right,
I don't understand. They all shut down when I say this. We haven't won a war in 80 years.
Yeah, that's right.
now,
How do you have a military industrial complex and then never win a war ever the fuck again?
We've
How's
never
that
installed a
happen?
democracy anywhere. As soon as we leave, it goes back to whatever they were, doing from Vietnam to Afghanistan, name it. It's all fake. And I think in these Epstein,
Wait, RA texted me from he came on with Gary Wade, and he goes, Timothy Hogan drinks AIDS for breakfast. That is exactly what I was getting at, dude.
drinks
you gotta
AIDS
look,
for
he's
breakfast.
got these bags under his eyes that where I'm like, this guy chain smokes because he goes, I've been in the order since I was 8. So do I got to draw you a picture what the fuck that means? I don't think I do.
well, Ben rolled with the punches very well on that one, and like I could kind of see Metzger just kind of getting to the point a little bit, but he not only just was not engaged with what Ben had to say, but he was like looking down, and maybe it has something to do with just the angle, because Metzger acknowledged the setup and the angle at one point, and I think maybe if Ben was facing like Metzger, he would engage a little bit more, unless unless he's just yeah. I mean, just there to kind of be a springboard or something. I don't know. Oh my gosh.
To be
That was a old lemon bar there.
from he came on with Gary Wayne and he goes, Timothy Hogan drinks AIDS for breakfast. That is exactly what I was getting at, dude.
Drinks
you gotta
AIDS
look,
for
he's
breakfast.
got these bags under his eyes that where I'm like, this guy chain smokes, because he goes, I've been in the order since I was 8. So do I gotta draw you a picture what the fuck that means? I don't think I do. Will you put it back on that thing, Ben? I'm sorry, I got interrupted by RA.
Oh, you want me to share? By the way, look at this. Let me share this. Hold on. Because I forgot how much they used to really. I mean, they had the world by the balls, man. I mean, when they were getting like people debanked and Alex Jones thrown off, right?
Yeah, it's all play.
Remember this in the Atlantic?
Put it up there so I can see.
Can you not see it?
No. Yeah, no, that's
Oh,
the whole thing's a play. It's like wrestling.
Oh, there it goes. It's delayed.
Yeah. Oh, well, it only took one chick to write this with 2 first names by Caitlin Tiffany. Caitlin Tiffany, are you of the Tiffany's? I mean, talk about a name of boarding school. Talk about the name of a girl who was without a doubt molested by a parent and then zapped with a taser to forget. Am I right? I mean, come on. I want to know who Caitlin Tiffany is. Yeah, the sex thing that wasn't. How about Michael Tracy, that little butterball? How about that little fucker? You know who that is, right?
Dude, Michael Tracy. Is he gone missing, by the way? We need to have a eulogy for him or something.
Oh, how about that worthless fuck Ben Shapiro, that Chabad fucking traitorous intel fuck Ben Shapiro, who's here to do disinfo for fucking Chabad. He's a Lubavitcher. You know that scumbag Schneerson that the Lubavitchers worship as the Messiah, these scum? He was a fucking piece of shit. And that's the faction that killed Yitzhak Rabin.
And he wonders why people take down his videos. It's like, you know how much I'm going to have to edit that? All your cussing out of it, my video, so I can monetize it? No, I'm not saying that. But old Lev is wondering if it was even worth it or not. He's like, nah, just drop it. It's just...
Like how the IRA has Sinn Féin, right? Although the IRA, you could argue, hey, they had reasons to be blowing shit up. You could argue if you wanted, if you're Irish. I'm sure you do want to argue that. Whereas this is Haggadah and Ergun and all those gangs. That's their political face. So Ben Gavir, that fuck, and all those people that control Bilbo, not a Jew who, that's what they work. And what Chabad does, in case you're wondering why the 10 Commandments were a thing in the 90s, that's because the Schneerson cult was pushing Judeo-Christian values, which are not a thing. There's Abrahamic values. The reason they made up Judeo-Christian was to exclude the Muzzies. That's why they did that. They even did a apartheid of the term Abrahamic values, and what Islamophobia, anything with phobia on it, I think is a term for idiots to use. It makes no fucking sense. But Islamophobia isn't it, because anti-Semitism should cover Arabs. It's a language grouping. It's not genetic. It's nothing to do with your genetics. And by the way, the genetics are the people that are from there, so they should count as Semites because they are. But they've even been excluded from the word that covers them. So that's why they had to make up Islamophobia, like a 2-state solution of boohoo words. Okay, wait. What a fucking joke, dude. Okay, Caitlin Tiffany. Oh my goodness, a staff writer at the Atlantic. When you put Atlantic in something, you know it's going to be quality, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, those guys have been talking about transhumanism for like the last 14 years. I don't know who's running that thing, but you know, they're preparing us for the worst, I guess.
Wait,
Ooh,
what?
Ben Avery knows his stuff. I would been like, yeah. Been like, oh, Natalia or whatever at Redacted. What? I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't know where I stand with it. What? Have a solid position. What's in your life?
Why don't we look at her? Oh, I don't see her saying nothing about these drops.
Ben Avery's
from
doing pretty
Epstein.
good.
Oh, no word from her. Caitlin.
I mean,
Oh, Caitlin Tiffany hasn't had shit to say for a little bit.
I almost feel bad making fun of these people because they make so little money and they're just like they're complete losers typically.
No, they're
You know?
not. They're rich kids. Why do you think they can afford to do that? Do you understand how journalism works? You don't need to go to school for journalism. That was never a thing. But they want to make it a thing. That's been the plan for a while. Rule by experts. It's in Tragedy and Hope. The plan is for rule by experts. So people go, well, he's not a real journalist. Yo, journalism is when you just do.
Have you been there? Well, have you ever been there? Who said that? With that British guy. Oh, well, have you ever been there?
Journalism. That's a journalist. Much like a stand-up. You know when you see stand-ups like,
what's
you'll
his
never be a.
name? Murray. Douglas Murray. Have you ever been? Well, have you been there? It's like, no. Do we need to be there to talk about it? Well, I've been there.
Hey, Steve-O, you'll never be a real stand-up. Yeah, he is. He probably sells tickets. What the fuck are you talking about? Did you think that you were some kind of elevated fucking thing? You're one notch above a pro wrestler, but you're below a porn star and a magician. That's a
But
fact.
way below. I mean, Michael Tracy, by the way, his whole thing too he's been talking about the satanic panic and none of this was real and it was a moral panic.
Yeah, so he likes teen girl. My girl's like, he's into teen chicks because she looked at him. That's what she assumed. I've met him in person. He's a little oily Danny DeVito of a man. And
who's he? Wait,
it's
who's
so
he talking about?
disingenuous. It's like he's probably going for those clip bounties that is it Nick Sorter that expose that clip house bounties. They put up
the 50Kers. The 50Kers.
We want this phrase said. What it was just teen girls, and they repeat the phrase, and you get a bounty from it. But you're not getting paid like you're an asset. You have to work for it. It's like Squid Games.
Wow.
So all these like Ian Childs Mong.
Dude, that's what Redacted was doing. That's what I was trying to tell you. Redacted. That lady was just saying these words. I'm like, wait, why is she saying it like that? That's so weird. And it looked like she was getting, fed that information. But it seemed like she was just using these like priming words that could actually mean another thing. And I'm like, wait, why is she saying it like that? And I wonder if it's because there's a kind of a script that they have to. Well, most certainly there is, but.
But Ian Childs Mong in fucking Malaysia, wherever the fuck he is, sucking up to Elon with his fake posts. You know, like cocksucker.
Oh, Ian Miles Strong. Yeah.
Yeah, he goes for those. That's why when they got rid of the feature, you notice, where you could see what country was tweeting what from where. They got rid of that, right?
I tried to do it the other day and I couldn't see where someone was from because I was for sure it was India. I couldn't find out.
They got rid of it because Elon's handler, he has a Mormon guy who's his right-hand man. That's his sperm handler, I'm pretty sure. I don't know why he would have a Mormon that close to him from the Mormon fucking mafia, but when you hear Mormon mafia, what that means is left-hand path of God Mormonism. A lot of Mormons probably don't know that's even a thing. And that's because you're in the stupid cattle part of it. You're probably real nice, and you don't drink coffee, so your meat's extra better than mine.
Doing a
right?
more
Good
mafia
stock and eating feet, and you go in that fucked up temple with your magic fucking underpants, and then a entity gets attached to you like the cow you are.
Super William.
Some of my
Yeah.
best friends. And then your elder, Elder Munson and fucking Gordon B. Hinckley. Gordon B. Hinckley was a fuck. It's already well known, but read J.R. Sweet's book because J.R. Sweet's from a real good Mormon family. They put him in Monarch, and the stuff he describes is a lot worse than that George H.W. Bush yacht with baby eating. It's
Yeah, all
actually
that
way
stuff-
more intense.
Is it all just family
Whoa.
grape? I was graped by my family. They were graped
Yes,
by
and
their
then
family.
a massive ritual inside. I tried to bring it up with Giorgiani, but he didn't want to talk about it. But he didn't say no, but I can tell you he wasn't even talking about it because I think he's a little too sympathetic to that left hand path shit myself. I don't think he is that. He looks like he's a guy who's very independent, and because they stitched him up as being an alt right founder.
Mhm.
So I think he got used, and he probably got used by someone close to him. He hangs out with a lot of Ukrainians, and let's face it, they're not. I like them, but I wouldn't trust none of them. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
for
have to do-
sure.
I wouldn't, when somebody goes, "Hey, you should take a trip to Israel." I was talking to Alex Stein and that chick that when he hosted for Tim Pool, and he yelled at that fucking Zionist fucking operative, and that bitch was winding him up on purpose so he could look bad for yelling. He was also yelling at the other guy, but they made it look like he's yelling at her. But she should be yelled at. She's a dumb bitch. She was like, why would Epstein wear a shirt that says Mossad? You think he'd be dumb enough to do that? No, you fucking yenta bitch. I think he'd be arrogant enough to do that because he has blackmail on all our leaders. He can afford, works for a shitbalm government that sent you and is paying off Tim Pool so I can look at your dingbat yenta face. I would have fucked you, I'll be honest. I'm way into fucking Bible. Yo,
Quirp
you know I'm into Bible pussy, brother. And nobody can say I'm not.
Quirp puts on the hat
Yo, when
and
Quirp
shows up. He goes, "Where's the Diddy altar?"
A corpse
I'm
been up
here.
in some curly ass Bible pussy. I assure you of that.
Walking into the Diddy party with that hat and the pipe,
I ain't
and
racist.
rubbing your hands together like this.
No, yeah.
I still think that Kerp is still feeling a little shaken by the fact that he was in the Epstein files. Okay. He opened this to our podcast by saying that it's been brought to his attention that he was in the Epstein files. And so he had to tell the story about how it was just kind of through passing. Now, I think he said that he was at some kind of Hollywood party. And that it was like a birthday party, he said. And that Epstein might have been there at some point. But not while he was there. But, yeah. Epstein doesn't need to be staying there the whole time to get the job done. So, remember yesterday we talked about how Trump did the like this to Epstein. It's like round it up and that.
Hand me some of them. I'll labor for 7 years to marry the sister or some Bible shit. Ain't nothing against Jews. If anybody says bad shit about Jews, I trash them. Because I don't care about your religion. You be whatever religion you want. This is about politics. And the politics is run by one God, and it ain't none of the ones you think. Well, not you, but all these people. The God of the world is not your God that you think is good. That's why they mix it up with Gnosticism and they go, oh, the archons, and the one you think is God is not God. They are absolutely right, Gnostics, saying that. They're leaving out the part that it's the God they made for you that's fake. You understand? The Masons architected false gods for you. That's what the Masons. You know where the Masons came from?
No.
Herod Agrippa.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. 43 AD, Herod Agrippa. It's in a book called Dissipation of the Darkness. Came out in 1825. It says the author's dead right in the book, so I don't know if the guy, when he was from one of them converso families, and he wrote a book, and this is when the height of everybody anti-Mason. The first third party in America is called the Anti-Mason Party. We've been here before. We've been right here before.
Yes, Jeremy.
Okay?
Too much
but nobody
ism.
remembers shit. So this guy explained that Herod Agrippa, because Christianity took off so much, and I think it was just populism. I keep saying this to people, like, forget your religious feelings. It's populism. You see how Lev didn't like how the fringe is suddenly coming up? Did you hear that? And when he was talking to me,
he's talking to me.
He goes, "Yeah, but it's more popular to say where the establishment sucks." Yes, because it's true, Lev. So you're acting like the truth doesn't matter.
Oh.
And what matters is my effect on people's loosh, whatever the fuck. I don't say that word.
Okay, so he is still pretty kind of he's still trying to figure out the whole Lev situation. So Lev took down his last podcast, and I don't think Kreischer quite knows why. He thinks he knows why, but so between that, trying to figure out what happened with that, but now it could have been because he could have taken it off because he discovered that Kurt Metzger was in the Epstein files. But maybe not. Maybe it had something to do with what he said on the show. But
oh, you mean?
But it happened at right around the same time. Right around the same time that he was doing the show, he also found out that he was in the Epstein files.
What, they're fucking the shit that the elites harvest out of kids' bodies? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. That Monroe Institute shit. He worked for the government. He's a fuck. Fuck him. Okay. I'm not saying loosh. You know what loosh is? It's people that are like internet trolls, or like if you have a fucking who's that guy who puts a lot of work into editing and was attacking Duncan for a while. I forget his dumb name, but that's loosh harvesting, trying to like troll someone to respond to you. And
I mean,
I expend the energy.
I ain't never gonna do that. I love lush. I'm the liquor lush Lunas. I'm the liquor lush Linas. Get to the reaction. No, I've never want a reaction. This is like another this is another cope that he's coming up with. Not even a cope. It's a cope cover. This is a cope cover tactic where it's like, oh, I just hate when people get really upset at other people when they do something kind of crazy. Isn't that just the worst, guys? Yeah. That's just the worst. I just hate it when people start questioning things that they do. Seems like he's kind of saying a little bit of that. But yeah, he's looking a little stressed out. Okay, Metzger's looking a little stressed on this one. I think he's a little concerned about why Lev took down the last interview and that he was in the Epstein files. But it was just in passing.
Loosh harvesting, trying to like troll someone to respond to you. And
if
I expend the energy and I don't get a return, then I've lost energy.
Yeah, energy vampires. Yep.
That's Fuentes' whole thing with the Epstein thing right now. Like, we're just doing it to piss you off. That's the whole point.
Yeah, well, he has never, ever been good. I don't know why anyone is fooled by him at all. It's still a mystery to me to this day. God bless Kiwi Farms doing the good work on a lot of shit, especially with this. The guy from Kiwi Farms on the first episode with Duncan.
Someone said, someone tweeted, I retweeted, it was pretty funny. They said, when Fuentes dies, they'll hang a special portrait of him in the halls in Langley. They'll put a big one up of him.
Or probably whatever Jesuit order fucked his ass and made him in a fucking test tube. He's an abomination. Yo, that motherfucker better hope that they never have a tradcath awakening, because just his weirdo looking hand claws alone is a sign of a witch, and he'll be
Woo, yeah.
burning on a bundle of sticks, if you know what I mean. He's
Yeah,
a,
I mean,
a lot of bundles of sticks around that dude.
But the thing is like if you listen to the Palantir, they don't need Epstein anymore, like Whitney Webb said, because they have Palantir now, and Epstein actually introduced Palantir to was it to Thiel or I can't remember who. But
Epstein's not that bright, by the way. He's not impressive at all to hear him speak. There's nothing he's saying. I would put him on par with Nick Fuentes in terms of how impressing it is. I give it to Nick. Nick's actually probably better. Epstein just sounds like Woody Allen saying midwit shit to me. I never heard him say anything I thought was interesting.
Supposedly he's a math savant. I haven't found any evidence of that.
Yeah, no, he's a plant. He's there to in the interview with Bannon in the first 4 minutes, he lays it all out. No one's going to mention this, but it's a big deal. David Rockefeller, the guy who owned Anarchy Lucas, David Rockefeller, the real bad Satan one of the Rockefellers, and Henry Kissinger, one of the biggest pieces of shit, somehow a Jew and a Nazi.
Ben's trying to, trying to remember what he was going to go on. Mesker cut him off. And he went full Ewok. Okay, Mesker is looking Ewokic. Okay, yeah. That looks like one of those little Ewoks. What those things, you? Look at it. It's got the little lips, too. Little Ewok. Get the Vikings horns off. Appropriating the Vikings. How dare you? You're an Ewok.
Nazi. It turns out there's a lot of that. Okay? That Henry Kissinger, who should, and all of them were friends of Henry Kissinger. All the celebrities, all the politicians were all, he's very respected. Yeah, because he's a devil. That's why, you fucking assholes. Well, fuck all your work you've done if you work and go. I want you to know what a piece of shit. You've done nothing but the devil's work. You start snitching, start violating your dirty blood oath to Satan, motherfuckers, because that's the only way out. If you're not going to do it, we're never getting out of this. Stop believing in your fucking government. Stop being in a Mithraic system of initiation where you show you're cool and they let you know a little bit more.
That's a damn
Abrams,
when you
story fucking mystery box shit.
Whoa.
When that's a damn
Abrams.
Oh.
Where you show you're cool and they let you know a little bit more.
that's a damn
Abrams,
when you
story fucking mystery box shit.
Nice. So he's calling it. Is he calling out J.J. Abrams, or is he just referring to his production company or something? The iRobot thing.
That's why, you fucking assholes. Well, fuck all your work you've done if you work and go. I want you to know what a piece of shit. You've done nothing but the devil's work. You start snitching, start violating your dirty blood oath to Satan, motherfuckers, because that's the only way out. If you're not going to do it, we're never getting out of this. Stop believing in your fucking government. Stop being in a Mithraic system of initiation where you show you're cool and they let you know a little bit more.
that's a damn
Abrams,
when you
story fucking mystery box shit.
When you look into like the weapons of war that killed all the Jews in the Holocaust and killed people, like there's a Jewish chemist.
The Rockefellers are behind the Nazis. They're behind the Lenin, Marxists, the Soviets. I always know when someone is either lying or they just don't know shit when they start going on about Soviet communism. And you either have an agenda, or more likely, there's very few people at the top to even like purposely like put that out there. Everybody's so brainwashed with nonsense. Wall Street made all the things. It's gain of function research. They want to know how to control you the best. And that's why we're going to have Chinese communism here. We're not as good. It won't be as good as China, but we're having China surveillance, and we already have Chinese organ theft. We already have that. Don't say that. Don't be mad at the China man. Trump let all these H-1Bs in from China. He let them all in. Remember? So he betrayed you, you stupid fucks. He betrayed you because your government always planned to betray you. You're a fool if you're still loyal. You are a fucking fool if you still believe in it.
I know.
Or you're mind controlled. And this is a more mind controlled country than North Korea. Okay, North Korea doesn't even have the tech to mind control the way we do. We're way better at it.
Yeah, the people that are still all in are like, I mean, is Ian Miles Chong, that worm, is he even on his side? Like, I know Cat Turd is.
He's after money. There's most of the people are just after money. That's how this
Tom McDonald
and this scumbag and all their friends set up the system so that you have to you know how the Squid Games was so popular that Mr. Beast is doing it on fucking Netflix. Like, oh, notice how nothing happened with Mr. Beast with any of that controversy, didn't you? You saw that, didn't you?
What was the Mr. Beast stuff again?
Oh, the lolly shit with his weird trans friend and Rockefeller, paid for by Rockefellers. The Rockefellers, not Jewish, by the way, are they? No, but they're scioned into the thing. And the Rockefellers are scum. And I've known they were scum. Get this. From back when I wrote for Marin at the Chevy Chase roast, when it was still the Friars Club roast, the year before the Rob Reiner one with all the pedo jokes at him. And I'm going, there's an intermission, I'm going to get something to drink, and there's this guy in like an all white, nice suit. I don't know. He had a foreign accent. He goes, fucking Rockefeller scum. You don't know what fucking scum these Rockefellers are. And no, I didn't. I was like, oh shit, that sounds like some personal shit. I don't know. I'm just here. So I wrote some jokes and but yeah, no, they're the scum of the earth.
Why do these actors scum? Why did these actors all grape their families, by the way?
Well, if you get Rob Reiner's 1997 video about how to touch your kid properly, which thank God he made that because no one knew how to hold a baby before Rob fucking Reiner, right? Nobody knew.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, you don't know about that? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the most suspicious thing of all, besides the mouth kisses with dad. The most suspicious thing is that because he states clearly, he doesn't tell you to molest anyone. I'm not saying that at all. He just really stresses the first 3 months are the most important and will program your child the rest of their life. I don't know if he says program, but he says it like that, like it will program them. So if you read between the lines, see, let's look at Mormonism. There's something for the chump class, and there's something for the people with the eyes to see in it. It's for magicians. It's cover for a coven. That's what Mormonism is. That's why their temple has Freemason shit on it and not crosses and shit. Not that I think crosses. Hey, Pentecostals, you worship the devil too, motherfuckers. Fuck you. But I'm just to pick on the Mormons for a minute. It's set up by a magician on purpose so that there's two levels of sight. How the Simpsons, stupid people and smart people used to both like the Simpsons.
Well, okay. So we haven't quite gotten into maybe Ben Avery discussing his channels. Guess it's not going to head in that direction. Well, no, I think it will because Lemon Bar Radio put out a 20 to 30 minute little clip. So maybe that's just as much time as that they spend talking about it. Guess Kurt Metzger treats these podcasts like a comedy set. You know, he'll only give you 10 minutes. And 20 minutes if you're lucky. So unless you're some kind of expert or something, you ain't talking. And we didn't get to really hear Ben Avery talk too much. Okay, we didn't get to talk too much about his stuff, but I think it's still out there. And it looks like we'll continue this tomorrow for a part 2 of Kurt Metzger. The last time we watched these all the way through, we went 8 hours. Okay, so or maybe it wasn't this one. We watched another clip too, but so we'll take a look at this tomorrow, and along with if we got time, maybe a little bit of Redacted. See the dynamic. No, we don't watch Redacted, but and I mean, how can you when you got this? Oh, something's put you to bed at night right here. That's old Jeff Dye. Just Jeff Dye's birthday. Oh, I forgot. Who? Yeah, who was telling me it was Jeff Dye's birthday? I forgot that. Oh, thanks, Dice. I Demi just spaced it. Spaced it that we've been doing dye content. I had this in the waiting. Okay, if you want to ever see someone who can be hypnotized, it's this guy. So watch out, Monarch. Because it's a wild, crazy guy. But thank you very much, and look forward to doing this again. And we will continue with the second half of Kurt Metzger and Ben Avery. I appreciate you guys coming along, and I hope to see you again.